Very good. Councillors, it is 9:03. We'll bring today's Planning and Regulation Committee meeting to an open. Good morning to you all as we kick into the 869th round. Welcome back from winter recess. I hope you enjoyed your consultation period out in your communities. Good morning to our EGM and city officers as always, and to all committee members and visiting members. Today we have a fairly full agenda, so we will look to make a move through things a little bit more pace today. What was that smirk for, Councillor Martin? Attendance apologies. I have a full cohort of committee members here. Leave of absence. I'm not aware of any councillors seeking future leave of absence. Confirmation of the minutes. While it's a little while ago now, seeking someone to move the minutes of the 868th round. Councillor Wilkinson, seconder. Councillor Gates, all those in favour. Is there any concerns with the minutes of the previous committee that anyone wishes to raise? Okay, so we'll go to item 4, conflict of interest declarations. Councillor Patterson is with us today to put a conflict on the record in advance of full council. Councillor Patterson, floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. This is regarding item 6.8, and my father lives at Royal Pines, so he has an interest in this decision. I would love to stay in the room because of my knowledge of the area, but my understanding is that this is a material personal interest, and so I am obligated to leave. If there's advice otherwise, that would be good to know.
So our first conflict under the new rules. So Nat's going to come in and help us through the first one.
Thank you. Through you, Acting Mayor. So in terms of material personal interest arises where a councillor or an associate includes a parent, stands to gain a benefit or suffer a loss directly or indirectly, whether immediate or through another person/entity. If it is a material personal interest, in those circumstances, you must leave the room.
It would sound like we have our answer, Councillor Patterson. So when we come to that item, if you stick around for it, then we'll ask you to leave the room.
Thank you.
Any other conflict of interest declarations, councillors? Okay, we will move on to starred items. What do we wish to unstar? I'll start from my left. Councillor Young.
Morning, Chairman. Thank you. I'd like to unstar 6.2, 6.3 and 6.8, please.
Continuing around, Councillor Gates. Continuing around further, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. So 6.5 and 6.7. So just confirming, we've got 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, 6.7.
Yes, I can confirm that as tradition, we've unstarred everything. Why do we continue to bother starring it, EGM? What's just, yeah, okay. Can I, who's interested in the forward planning schedule? Is there, everyone's happy with that one? Oh, very, very good. Okay, in that case, we will vote on item 5.1. I'm happy to move the forward planning schedule. Seconded Councillor Wilkinson. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry if I may just jump in. I'm not a member of the committee, as you know, and but I would ask you whether you could consider bringing 6.8 forward in this agenda if you and the committee are happy to do that. Believe it or not, I do actually have a very full day. It's not just because I want to get out of here.
But you shouldn't laugh when you say that.
If
that doesn't...
No, because everyone will go, yeah, you don't want to be here because it's planning. But if you can, it would be appreciated. So, but it's in your hands, of course.
Councillor Castro did reach out to me a couple of days ago requesting that we would change the order of today to consider Royal Pines first. I'm happy, as normal, to give that indulgence to councillors where I can, unless there's a significant objection to doing Royal Pines first for anybody.
The occasion of Councillor Lacastro's presence. Happy to support it, Mr. Chairman.
So let the minutes reflect that Councillor Castro was at a planning committee before Councillor Hamill, and that we are gifting him a change of the standing order to deal with 6.8 first. So that's a procedural motion I'm happy to move. I don't need a seconder for the procedural, Councillor Wilkinson, but thank you. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? Very good. Officers, we do apologise. We're going to deal with 6.8 first.
My thanks to you and the committee. Thank you. And begrudgingly even to Councillor Gates, who's given me a hard time here.
Please, Councillor Gates.
Good morning, councillors. Through the chair. I'm not sure if we started the item just yet, but just to, while we've spoken stories, was that the question, councillor?
Is it just that we use stories in this item because the state submitted it that way, or I keep asking what we're going to do, stories or meters?
Yep. Through the chair, it's through the chair. That's right. It's not a case that the state submitted it that way because that's the way the document's been drafted. I guess from the very original document, it was drafted in stories, not in metres. So the current agreement is stories. So the current heights that are available on that site under the current agreement are 25 stories as a maximum height. Well, it's 1987. Yeah, it is. It's an old act. It's probably, some view it probably out of date, but it is a legacy, and this site still is afforded the opportunity to use that act to make amendments.
Councillor Patrick is clearly the first.
I'm probably not that far behind. Okay. Good morning, councillors. Through the chair. So this morning, as we've alluded, we've got item 6.8 is an item to review or consider amendments to the Integrated Resort Development Act 1987 relating to the Royal Pines approved scheme and approved development agreement. Now, I need to understand how this works. It's been a while. Okay, so we've seen that it's a pre-submission request. So what that means is the proponent has to make a formal submission to the state in order to make the formal ratification of any changes to this agreement. So this is a pre-assessment request where council, the city, along with the state government agencies through SARA, have been asked to consider ahead of the formal application being made to the minister the changes that are being proposed. The site that it relates to is the entire Royal Pines. Oh, before I proceed, I guess one thing to mention and note is that this is not a development application. That is obviously assessed under the Planning Act, for which council will be making a decision. Council's role is to inform the state of its position on the proposed changes for their consideration of the applicant's formal application to the minister under Section 9 of the Integrated Resort Development Act. So essentially today, councillors, you'll be asked to, I guess, vote on whether or not you endorse the recommendations that we're putting forward. The Royal Pines is within the Special Purpose Zone, Special Development Areas Precinct. So this means that it's a zone that essentially takes it out of the planning scheme because it recognises it's under a different act. The Royal Pines Resort is an approved scheme under the Integrated Resort Development Act of 1987. Once the Governor and Council approves an application for an integrated resort development, there is an approved scheme. And this approved scheme regulates the development and the use of the land. It excludes the provisions of the Planning Act and various aspects of the planning scheme, and also local laws.
Councillor Gates.
Can I just have an understanding of why? I've not seen this happen previously, that there's a basic pre-application before the submission of an application. Can maybe the EGM explain to me, have you seen this before?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I haven't seen this before. I think it's very rare, isn't it, Phil? It doesn't happen often.
Through the chair, with this site in particular, possibly. I think 2003. There may have been, there was in 2003. Was probably the last time there were significant changes to this particular act. And look, I'm sure we went through a similar process. I do recall the process happening at that time, and that was at the time when, if we go back, on the western side of Ross Street, at that time there was an 18-hole golf course, and 9 of those holes were removed, and there's that sort of low-density residential that you now see sort of skirting around the perimeter of Ashmore Road and Reed Street and down along the river. So that was done via that process. In some respects, it might be similar to a ministerial infrastructure designation, where an applicant might come to council and seek some prior comments before making the application to the minister or to the state.
Roger, do you want to provide a little bit more context of this? Is this the process that needs to be followed?
Because what I can't understand is why it's not a ministerial designation and why we're being asked to make early decisions, basically.
Yeah, we got your question, Councillor. Roger?
Through you, Mr. Chair, as Phil said, this isn't under the Integrated Resort Development Act. It's not a planning application. Phil's right. In 2003, there was a significant consultation period and a pre-application to the city, and a similar process followed there, Councillor Gates. If you go back to that aerial, Phil, you'll notice opposite the stadium there's the Marina Concourse development in the southwestern portion of the site. That went through a similar process, Councillor Gates, but because it was a much smaller application, it didn't attract such a hefty pre-assessment, pre-referral application phase. Officers considered that application, provided comments to the state. So this application is just a lot larger, so it does generate a lot more interest and a lot more purpose for officers to present this item to you. There was a further amendment to the Integrated Resort Development Scheme to the very bottom of the southwestern corner, just below the sort of circle that you see around the Marina Concourse. That was an application for a childcare centre. That was actually submitted to the city. That was a report probably around 2016, 2017, but just a lot smaller than this, and that's why those applications are probably forgotten or flew under the radar more than this. This is a very, very sizable proposal, and therefore that's why it's here today.
So can I just ask one more question and then I'll be quiet and let Phil get on with his report. But where does consultation sit within this whole process?
There is consultation under the Integrated Resort Development Scheme. It's not consultation as in the Planning Act, where somebody can make a submission and they have appeal rights. The consultation is limited to the scope of the Integrated Resort Development Scheme Royal Pines area, which you see on the screen. There is community consultation. We don't run it, Councillor Gates. That's something that the proponent runs as a requirement of the Integrated Resort Development Act. So community consultation, but very, very different to the community consultation that would be under a Planning Act application.
So it's not necessary for them to undertake that consultation before they put this incredibly large plan before us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is an incredibly complicated application under an Act where we have very, very little scope to get involved in. So the applicant, state and the community are part of the Integrated Resort Development Scheme. There's certain requirements that the proponent must go through, Councillor Gates, as part of this process. One of them is consultation, but like I said before, we can't really assess or make comment on that consultation because it's a requirement of the Integrated Resort Development Act. Our involvement is very, very small in this. As Phil said, we are not approving this today. They've asked for our comments. We've written a report. Phil will continue his presentation in a sec. We're presenting on what our jurisdiction is in this matter.
Thank you. I just wonder why we are. But anyway, thanks.
So maybe a final answer to that is because I requested officers do so, because I didn't feel it appropriate for an application of this size and this location in the city be dealt with purely by officers without it being seen by the political wing. So in consultation with Councillor Castro, we very early on made it clear to the applicant that while the Act is relatively silent on what level, if it's officers or the Mayor or the CEO providing the letter from the city, that we believed it was appropriate that something of this size and this location be understood by all councillors, is the other part of the element of it. So thank you to officers for agreeing to that, to bring it to committee. Phil, back to you.
Okay.
Mr. Acting Mayor, on page 1439, it talks about the officer's recommendation, which we're obviously going to get to eventually, and it said Council endorses the proposed amendments to the approved scheme and approved development agreement. Based on the commentary of Roger, it appears to me that we're being asked today to consider an endorsement of the whole thing, or are we just endorsing the amendments that are relevant to us, or what are we actually considering before we hear Philip's presentation? Through you to maybe to Roger.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the approval process is with State. Now, part of the process is to consult with the City of Gold Coast. That's part of the requirements.
The legislative requirement?
Yeah. So today, look, for the last 18 months, 24 months, Phil and Roger and various officers, we've been assessing the application based on the information that's been provided. There's been a request from the proponent for council to provide a recommendation or comments on their proposal. Officers, we're in a bit of a sticky position here because we can't, when we're making a recommendation on something, we have to support or oppose, okay?
Yeah.
So based on their information, and they've provided infrastructure information evaluation, they've provided details on height, they've been liaising with state government in terms of road upgrades and intersection works around 14 intersections within close proximity of the site. They've provided hydraulic modelling. Based on all the information that they've provided, Councillor, we have enough certainty to provide you, swimming within our lane, that we are supportive of their proposal to the extent of the information that they've provided. So today, Phil and Roger are recommending supporting this proposal. It's not an approval.
No, but you're seeking council's, or the committee first and then council's endorsement of your assessment or endorsement of the whole overall application?
Through you, Mr.
I'm just
Chair,
using the words that are on page 1439.
It's both. It's supporting officers' assessment, and Phil will make a presentation on what we've assessed. It's supporting that assessment, but we are recommending that the city today make a decision recommending supporting the proposal based on the assessment that we're providing you today. It's not an approval.
Yeah, again, you're asking us to endorse something. I'm just trying to substantively work out what it is you're actually asking us to endorse, because my gut feeling is there'll be divided views amongst councillors whether they want to endorse the application, but they might be willing to endorse the elements that are relevant to the local government legislation. And I'm trying to work out what the wording here says, endorse the proposed amendments to the approved scheme, and that seems very general.
Okay, and in fairness, Poor Phil, he's wanting to get going on his presentation. So how about we give Phil the opportunity to go through the presentation, and I think you might understand more about what we're recommending today.
We like Roger's idea. Carry on, Phil.
To the Chair, thank you. I think we move past this slide. We've gotten onto this one. So once the agreement or the scheme that under the Royal Pines under Integrated Resort Development Act is approved, there's two components that form the actual approval. There's the approved scheme, and a copy of that scheme is attachment 2. Now, the one that's in the attachment is not the current approved scheme. It's got track changes in terms of what the applicant is seeking to change. But effectively, that document, it describes the area to which the land to which the scheme applies. It's a very high-level document. It nominates the precincts that make up the scheme area. It identifies the number of lots permitted within residential precincts. It identifies voting entitlements of members. It includes land uses and administrative definitions, and it contains conditions that might be attached to the scheme. Council doesn't have a lot of involvement in that particular document. Where it has most involvement is within the agreement, within the Royal Pines Resort Consolidated Agreement, and that we've got a draft amended version of that in attachment 3. What that agreement does, it's the agreement between council and the landowner, and it regulates the development on the site. It essentially replaces the Local Planning Act. Oh, it's not the Local Planning Act, sorry, the Local Planning Scheme. It contains specific development parameters for development on the site, such as height, dwelling numbers, landscaping, car parking, but it also includes provisions in respect of matters dealing with plan sealing, noting that there are no ROLs that are applicable under this scheme. An applicant doesn't need to make a subdivision application if they want to subdivide a lot, purely put in plans for plan sealing. They also don't need to make material change of use applications for any subsequent development. There is provisions relating to the calculation of development contributions, like Roger said before, filling and hydraulics, water and sewer infrastructure. So it deals with those critical matters of infrastructure that relate to the local government. The document essentially guides the development of the site. The site in question, as said before, it is the whole of the Royal Pines site because it is captured by the agreement, and that has a total area of around 188 hectares. But what this slide shows is just the area that's primarily concerned with the changes through this agreement. So not all of the precincts are being modified. And if we break that down further, it's primarily the area on the eastern side of Ross Street, or southeastern side of Ross Street, which bears the brunt of the, or not all of the amendments. The land on the western side of Ross Street is only included because there is a portion of land coming out of that side of Ross Street that is required to construct a new intersection on Ross Street to give improved access to both sides of the development. And that's the sole purpose for that part of the site to be included. There are no physical changes to any of the development parameters over that part of the site. We're probably all very familiar with the site.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. Through you, have they given an indicative layout yet so that we know where they're proposing these buildings on the eastern side?
Through the Chair, unfortunately, that is something we don't have. It's very much, as we'll see through the, as we move on.
Sorry, Phil,
it's very much
but
just
crazy.
precinct based. These are the new precincts. It's almost like a preliminary approval in some respects, but it's probably with even a little less information, where these are the precincts, these are the land uses we want within these precincts, and outside of that, there is not a lot of information. That's not dissimilar to how the current agreement operates in any case. Precincts and then no particular layout to work with. As I say, we're probably all very familiar with the site, but we'll just run very quickly around it. The photo one is just a view looking south along Ross Street, about from the location of that existing left turn entrance into the development on the eastern side of Ross Street. It shows essentially the views that you currently get down Ross Street, which is heavily characterised by that landscape edge. Photo 2 is essentially the Nerang River interface on the eastern side of Ross Street, currently heavily vegetated with significant vegetation present. Some views that we probably all haven't had the opportunity to see, but photo 3 is just a view from the top of the resort tower that's looking west. I guess it just gives a perspective of the site within its setting, within a low density residential area. It shows the western portions of the site. Photo 4 is a view again from the International Tower. Its views across the golf course south to Nerang River. So this portion of the site is essentially will be located within the new mixed-use precinct that's been proposed, and it will be generally the location where heights up to 25 stories could be contemplated. Quickly again, view 5 it's looking southwest. You can see it's looking across to the stadium. This portion of the site will be within the mixed-use precinct, and those areas of the site, essentially behind that row of trees fronting Ross Street, that sort of fairway that's in behind there, will essentially be an area that could accommodate 15-storey buildings. And then the view 6 is again from the International Hotel, looking across the golf course to the existing training field, and under these particular proposals, that will remain, and it's areas that are more distant that will be brought into the new mixed-use precinct. But that view will essentially stay very much similar. Before I get into the key considerations, just briefly some of the proposed changes. So essentially, the main change out of all this is to introduce a new mixed-use precinct. And that mixed-use precinct, as we'll show in a moment, comes largely out of what is currently the golf course precinct on the eastern side of Ross Street. What that means is a reduction of 9 holes, the removal of 9 holes of that golf course, and then the reconfiguration, I guess, of the remaining 9 holes to suit a new golf course layout, so that effectively over both sides of Ross Street, the development will still have 18 holes. We've got a number of new land uses have been proposed as well to accommodate the mixed-use precinct which is being created. Some of those are land uses which are already anticipated within the agreement. Some of them are new land uses. There's an increase in residential product by a possible 2,200 dwellings, but again, that's dependent on so many different factors, so that may not be the ultimate outcome. A maximum increase in EPs or equivalent population, which can be accommodated from the development. Now that's, I guess, a factor of infrastructure capacity, and that's increasing it from an existing 5,760 EP under the current agreement to 9,806 EP, and all of that will be accommodated within the new mixed precinct. And to accommodate that, there will be requirements to upgrade certain facilities. Roger mentioned some of the traffic and transport networks, but there will also be sewer network upgrades as well. A new building height map has been included, and it changes, I guess, the distribution of land of building heights around the site. So currently there is, under the current agreement, there is a 25-storey height limit, which you can see by the current International Hotel. That gets spread through different parts of the site, and the height map will show that. And then there's also a new 4-way intersection onto Ross Street to just accommodate the additional demand that will be generated from this. So out of those, very briefly, the key considerations that we've got, I'll touch on the first one as we get to it. When we first started this process with the proponent, it didn't include any reference to the Olympic and Paralympic Games. As the process evolved, this site did become identified as a potential site for an athlete's village, and obviously now we're at the point where it's probably been highly considered for that process. So as it evolved, there were some additional changes that were recommended to the agreement to make provision for that, and that was including some temporary uses within the mixed-use precinct that would be available to use until...
You seem determined to not let him get down the presentation, so please.
Mention that originally the Olympics and Paralympic Games were not mentioned. Was there support from the Royal Pines for the applicant to make application, or is this entirely driven by the state? Who employed the consultant to make this application? And what I'm trying to understand was the Royal Pines looking to develop additional housing on the site before the state became interested in it becoming a venue for the Olympic and Paralympic Games?
Through the chair, I guess I can't comment on the whole sequence of events, but I need to say that the proponent is RACV, so they are effectively Royal Pines. So I guess if they weren't, if they weren't in favour of it, quite possibly wouldn't have been something that they would have engaged in. But the proponent is RACV, and who is the owner of the site. So I can only assume that they've pushed ahead with, in full agreement of the state's, potentially the state's desire to have this. I guess I can't comment on how that whole process worked.
Okay, thank you.
Fair. So, but Phil, the other part of Councillor Gates' question, so the consultants are paid for by the applicant, and definitely Councillor Gates, when this thing was first being talked about, all the talk was the Olympic Village being at Robina. So I was definitely part of the early meetings of the space with Councillor Castro and Roger, and the Olympics Village was definitely Robina at that stage. It was probably halfway through this process that the change of government and an announcement of a different venue for an Olympic Village popped up, which then caused some changes to be made to the proposal, which has probably delayed its assessment coming out. Happy with that as a response, Roger? Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess the point of this slide is that there were some amendments made later on in the piece just to accommodate the potential for this site to be used, and what that did was bring in some temporary uses into the agreement which have an expiry date of 2033, so it gives them an opportunity to, once the village, if it appears on this site, they can pack down and sort of decommission it. But I guess in saying that, we just wanted to point out that there is also another act that I guess the government has particularly created, the Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games Act, which could be used as an alternative to delivering a Games Village on the site. So it doesn't have to come, in our view, it doesn't necessarily have to come about as a result of the amendments to this scheme or this agreement, but the options are there. I'll move through to the precincts. So just to sort of keep moving along, as we see through this slide, these are the new precincts that are being created, and in particularly what's called Precinct G, and that's on the image on the right-hand side, and that's the new mixed-use precinct. We can see that when we compare it to the current image, which is essentially that lighter grey, white area, which is all the golf course precinct at the moment on the western side, or the eastern side, sorry. Approximately 39 hectares of that gets removed from the golf course precinct and included in the new mixed-use precinct. There are some minor changes around, you'll see in the International Hotel precinct, up around closer to Ross Street, where there's some areas, smaller areas within, around where that area, where there's that A, which I think relates to the primary thoroughfare, around near the current access. There's those two smaller pockets of the site which are currently in the international precinct, which are also coming across to the mixed-use precinct, and it's really just to give opportunities for that site, those components of the site, to have more or a greater availability of land uses. Outside of that, councillors, nothing else is really changing to the remainder. The low-density residential, which is currently there to the north, adjacent Ashmore Road, stays similar, as does everything on the western side. And everything, all the high density, higher height development has been deliberately kept to that southern portion, which is further away or furthest away from that low density, low rise residential. So to accommodate to accommodate this new precinct, there's a series of new land uses which have been proposed. These are not the extensive list of land uses that will be in that precinct, but they're just new land uses which aren't in the current agreement, and by and large, most of those land uses are consistent with land uses in the current scheme, and we're generally comfortable with those. There's one in particular that's a new land use, and it's not one that's in our city plan, and that's a high performance centre. And as documented in the report, it's really an activity which is use that's helping to promote and foster that whole integrated high-performance training on the site. There's existing facilities on the site at the moment, which is that grass pitch, which gets, I guess, used for different sporting groups that come and stay at the site and use the site. So that's going to be an extension of that, which will be used, I guess, in leading up to the games and also through the games and then post.
Councillor Young.
Sorry to interrupt you, Philip. So these new land uses are defined for the entire site or just Area G?
Through the chair, only Area G.
Thank you.
Yeah, they're specific to Area G. The next component is, and really these are probably the two biggest components, along with the precinct, is then the building heights. And we see, unfortunately, a lot of the current documentation is really only paper-based, so the images aren't that great. But on the left-hand image, which is the current building heights, we see the dark area, which is the International Hotel Precinct. That currently has a maximum height of 25 stories. The proposed building heights are still at 25 stories, but it does expand and change the area that those maximum building heights can be located within. And as you can see by that grey area, that maximum height does spread a lot further down, or right all the way down Ross Street towards the river. There is a component immediately adjacent Ross Street for the most part, which is 15 stories, and that's so we maintain that lower interface to Ross Street and allow that existing landscape that is a very dominant feature of Ross Street to maintain a prominence. Another big component of this, which was a big part of our consideration, was infrastructure charges. At the way the agreement is structured, there are no material change of use applications. There are no reconfiguring a lot applications. So the city doesn't have the ability to levy infrastructure charges as it normally would under the Planning Act against those applications. But what it can do is levy infrastructure charges against a building application, because they still are a development application which is required to be lodged, and the city does currently levy infrastructure charges via an ICN, infrastructure charge notice, for those. And under our recommendation, that process continues. The applicant has put forward a proposition where there are certain proposals or certain aspects of this development which they believe are open to offsets against infrastructure, and that's documented here, where they are seeking an infrastructure agreement. And the applicant believes the best way to do that is through an infrastructure agreement to recognise those offsets, and an infrastructure agreement which may be looking to offset potentially $30 to $34 million worth of infrastructure charges. And some of the reasoning behind that proposition which they put to officers is that the development will include up to 8 hectares of privately owned open space for recreational use by residents and visitors. It will be maintained by the body corporate, and it also, part of it will be used potentially for the Olympic and Paralympic Games Village. Now, officers aren't in agreement with the applicant or the proponent for this particular aspect, and we believe that it's still relevant for an infrastructure charge notice to be issued in a normal way for the reasons that we've documented there, and quickly that none of the infrastructure that they're claiming is identified in the LGIP as requiring trunk infrastructure. The amended scheme in the agreement do not specify the location or size of any parkland. So in this case, while there's a proposal that there's 8 hectares of open space, there's nothing within the actual agreement that identifies where any of that might be. Any recreational area which is not yet defined would remain privately owned by the body corporate. The proposed recreation open space appears primarily to serve drainage and on-site amenity rather than functioning as a genuine public open space. One of the other significant aspects of the development which will require consideration, and this is something which will, through our recommendation, will be something which will be, I guess, for consideration later on in the process, is the sewer capacity analysis. So part of our assessment in identifying just what they're being what they propose and how much additional equivalent population they want on this site is to ensure that all critical infrastructure can accommodate it. At the moment, there is a pump station that's on the western side of Ross Street. It can accommodate, under our calculations, up to the current capacity of 5,760 equivalent population, which the current agreement allows. The proposal is seeking to increase that to 9,806 with that additional EP, that 4,046, being entirely within the mixed-use precinct. Our studies have shown that, well, two things. They've currently used about 3,300 EP, so there is still some capacity in the system for them to do some work, but also that there will be failures of that, or they'll be exceeding the pump capacity at that pump station beyond that. So there's recommendations in our report that accommodate the augmentation of that prior to them reaching or exceeding that 5,760 EP.
Councillor Young.
Councillors, I've got 1,000 questions, but I couldn't hold on this sewage stuff just while we're there, if you don't mind. The assessment is about that particular pumping station, but obviously there'd be impacts on the broader network. Have they been undertaken and determined, and who would fund that?
Through the chair, and I guess the answer to that is that's why a lot of this work will be put off for a later date, because that was recognised when our in-house modellers reviewed this. They did obviously note that it's a complex process, so it wasn't just upgrading the pump at this pump station, but it had potential flow-on effects for all the rest of the network. But it's almost too complicated to know that now. They need to know that at the time at which they get to that point to see where the system is when they're approaching that 5,760 EP and when they go beyond that. So there are recommendations in our, for I guess, clauses to go into the agreement which say that before they get to that 5,760 EP, they need to undertake those detailed investigations, and that will be funded by the proponent. They have been identified as non-trunk works and will be identified. So we don't know the specifics of what they will be, but that will come. Sorry, Councillor, I appreciate this is probably going on a bit, the presentation. The traffic and transport, again, like Roger said, they analysed 10 intersections that might be impacted by the increase in development on this site. There were 4 intersections that were identified as requiring augmentation or needing to be upgraded. 3 of these are state controlled. So the 4 I identified there, Ashmore Road and Ross Street, state controlled. The intersection of Ashmore Road and Heap Street, that's a council intersection and the only one in the network. Ross Street and the Boulevard, which is the new access into the site, and Nerang Broadbeach Road and Ross Street. So each of those state-controlled intersections will be upgraded by the applicant in accordance with an infrastructure agreement that they will be taking on with Transport and Main Roads. So that's a separate process because they're looking at that, but they have done the traffic impact assessment. They've got the details and they're in the report of, although they're state controlled, we put them in the report to just highlight what's required, and with those works, which will be triggered at certain points when the development hits certain thresholds in terms of vehicle trips, there are triggers for particular intersection upgrades to be undertaken. In terms of the Ashmore Road and Heap Street, that being the council intersection, that's a LGIP, that's identified in the LGIP, so the applicant's not going to be required to do that. Council will be doing that well in advance of them requiring to do that. But there is a section on Ashmore Road which they will be required to do, again, as non-trunk, which is an extension of what will end up becoming a new or an extended left turn lane from Ashmore Road into Ross Street. Although this is a state-controlled intersection, this diagram just shows exactly what the new upgrade, or essentially what the new upgrade will be to facilitate access into this site. So it's going to be an all movements, fully signalised intersection. And for those that are familiar with the site, that's in and around the access. It's south of the existing bridge and the existing tower, and essentially lines up with the access that takes you into the Marina precinct on the western side. We mentioned before about consultation. So this wasn't formal statutory consultation. This is more community consultation, and it's not even the formal consultation that the applicant is required to undertake once they've made the application to the minister. This is just consultation that they chose to undertake within their own community, and this just gives a bit of a snapshot of what they received. It's again, we didn't receive the comments other than secondhand, so officers weren't available to verify a lot of the comments, but we did see that in total 75 responses were received. The responses went directly back to the proponent, and they used that in some respects to consider what was being said, make some changes to the application along the way. So this is just a snapshot of the general, I guess, interest out of the community of Royal Pines. And these are the issues, again, which I guess are probably not uncommon and probably not unexpected of the types of comments that resulted from that community consultation. I guess that brings us to the end of the presentation. There's a lot to it. I appreciate that, and there's probably many questions, so this might be the best opportunity to get some of those answers across.
First butter, Councillor Young.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil, for the clear presentation. You missed out providing the plan showing the area of the new intended recreational area. Is that because there is no plan?
Through the chair, that is correct. We don't have outside of, and I've stopped on this precinct plan. Outside of that precinct plan and the height map, they essentially are the only two documents. The only two plans that form part of the document. So within the agreement, there's this precinct plan and there's the height plan, and that's all that's really there, other than the words within the agreement. And currently, there's no words in the agreement that require any particular amount of open space to be provided. So the expectation.
So we don't know where this recreational space will be, and we don't know if it is currently golf course or buildings or.
Through the chair, it'll be within the area that is currently golf course, because that is, as you can see on that slide there.
So they're going to replace the golf course with a recreational area, and then we'll get to pay for that. It's a credit that they're seeking.
Through the chair, the way officers, it's our recommendation that the way it works is that council doesn't pay for it.
Yes.
Is that blue area, the mixed-use precinct, they will have to rework that site for the hydraulics. So at the moment, that site varies between 0.5 metre and 2.5 metres below the DFL. So they'll have to rework that site, or that component of the site, to get their building pads. Assuming from that we'll have some lakes, we'll have some areas that will be development pads, and areas in between will most likely be open space, communal open space, would imagine, amenities around the lakes, walking paths, picnic areas that the future residents can enjoy.
Thanks, Phil. And another question, if I can, Chair. In regards to the Olympic Village facility, is that defined? Do we know what that might be in any way, please?
Through the chair, we don't have any specific details of that. That's in a completely separate process that's been run, even to this process. So we understand that there's a games village department within state that's looking at that, but it's not something that, it's not even information that we've got in consideration of these agreements.
I just want to be clear, this is the 2032 Olympic Games, the ones that are not going to cost the city any money. Is that correct?
It is for the 2032 Olympic Games.
Yeah. If I can, please, further question. In regards to providing a response to the applicant or the government, whoever we're providing this response to, is there a time frame requiring us to submit?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's no statutory time requirement, but obviously, if this is to be for the Olympic Games Village, obviously it's 2026 now, and so time is of the essence, Councillor Young.
Yep.
But in terms of a statutory requirement today, there is no time limit.
That's good to know. Thanks. Thanks, Chairman.
Councillor Tozer is next, and Councillor Fowler.
On the table you've got on the screen here, it talks about there being 3,367 product. Is everything bedrooms, or is in the mixed use some of those 2,200 other non-residential outlets, like shops or?
Through the chair, that is correct, and that's why it's a little difficult to, I guess, understand or appreciate just what the final outcome of this particular precinct may be. But that's correct. 2,200 product, so it may not be dwellings. It could be, as you say, shops, and then it also depends on, because there's that added aspect of the EPs or the equivalent population, which I guess is an assessment of the capacity of the infrastructure.
Yeah.
There's also that, I guess, that there's that added complexity. So within the agreement, and there is within the report, I've just pulled out, I can go to it, but within the back of the agreement, there is a conversion table that attributes an EP rate to each of the various land uses, and also each of the development types. So you have to work the two together to work out how much you're going to end up on the site.
Yeah, so in the case of the marina, is that 350, is that dwellings, or is that including things like berths for boats? Are they counted as a product?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'd have to take that on notice and get back to you whether it's dwellings or EP. We're not entirely sure.
Okay, cool. And my other question is, I'm just trying to get my head around what's being sought from council or from committee today, which is this idea of us endorsing, on page 1439, it seeks the endorsement. It looks like this is like a preliminary approval. You kind of used that phrase before. You're kind of saying, hey, we don't really know where the building's going to be, but they're probably going to be somewhere around here. They're probably going to be 25 stories here. They're going to be 14 stories here. They're going to be different levels here. This figure here, let's say hypothetically 10% of that 3,300 of them are non-residential dwellings. Is it fair to say that what we're kind of proposing today is that about 6,000 people might move into this precinct under this preliminary approval? Does that sound right? Like, I'm thinking 3,000 people with 2 people in each dwelling is kind of what I've got in my head. Does that seem fair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that 2,200, as Phil said to me, from my understanding after liaising with the proponent, that's the absolute maximum dwelling yield. So when we're looking at 3,367, that's dwellings. So average population could be 2 persons per dwelling. So in just crude maths, councillor, you could have up to 6,000 people on this site.
Yeah. So again, it does seem quite vague, and I appreciate this whole process is a little bit vague because you don't have all the information, and it's just this endorsement of an idea. But I'm just trying to get my head around that. My next question relates to that figure. So let's say there's 6,000 people moving in. How does that correlate to the expected capacity of an athletes' village? Do we know what we're expected to accommodate when it comes to an athletes' village?
Through you, Mr. Chair, and we haven't received a lot of information, Councillor Tozer, but what the proponent has shared with us is that around a quarter, 25% of the total yield within the proposed mixed-use precinct could be taken up by the Olympic Games Village, around
just the mixed-use precinct.
just the mixed-use precinct up to a quarter.
So given that there's, as I understand, like tens of thousands of athletes coming into town, this is really only a very small proportion.
Through the chair, in the report on page 1457, we've just got a bit of a breakdown in there. Now, we've been told that, well, and this came from representatives from Games Infrastructure, venues and villages within the Department of State Government, that it's anticipated about 3,000 people will be accommodated on this site. Remembering there's 3 villages being proposed for the Games.
Yeah, of course.
And that'll be athletes and support staff. And
yeah, I think that's nominally my point, in that the proponent is effectively saying that 1/4 of their mixed use, which is 500 dwellings, thereabouts, 600 dwellings, let's say, and this report says there's 3,000 people moving in. It occurs to me that it's not lining up. Like,
Through you, Mr. Chair, just our experience with the Commonwealth Games Village is that they build them and they have false walls and they pack lots of sort of small pop-up bedrooms, right? So a unit might have 7 or 8 athletes in it. They really cram them in.
Right.
And then after the games, they'll take down these walls and they'll be used for their ultimate purpose. So the figures will actually be a bit distorted because of that.
So the full accommodation capacity won't be really evident. It will be evident in the design work, but the actual, there's a bit of athlete, things change for the athletes.
Correct.
That's right. And there's also the use of the existing hotel as well. They intend to use the existing hotel to accommodate staff.
And what's the capacity of the existing hotel?
So,
what's the capacity?
I think there's about 330 units in there.
Okay.
But once again, through you, Mr. Chair, they may well put more athletes in the existing hotel than what they would ordinarily do just for those 2 weeks during the Olympic Games.
Okay.
Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I just had some questions just about the capacity of the infrastructure. And when we're talking about the intersection 4, which is the intersection that's local government, why are city officers saying that we won't be asking the proponent to fund that work?
Through the Chair, I've been informed by our, the network owners that it's LGIP, so it's already identified in the LGIP, and it's works that the city was going to undertake, and it'll probably be undertaken ahead of this development requiring to undertake it. So it was works that we were going to be doing anyway, so we weren't going to require the applicant to do that work. And being trunk infrastructure, I guess if they did, they'd probably get credits for it anyway, but the city was going to be doing that earlier. One thing I did note while probably we're on that topic, and councillors, you probably would have seen an email that Mick Moran sent around yesterday afternoon, is that we were just looking for a slight modification to our recommendation that did relate to the works on the Ashmore Road, Heap Street intersection. Not particularly the intersection itself, but what it is an extension of what will be works on Ashmore Road, which is then an extension of the left turn lane into Ross Street once you get beyond Heap Street. Now, at the moment, we've recommended that as a condition to go into the scheme. On Friday afternoon, we were contacted by officers from the state, and they just informed us that the way the scheme and the agreement, work together is that anything that is specifically a local government matter should be in the agreement as opposed to the scheme. And that particular component is solely the local government matter. So through a change recommendation that, again, was attached to that email, we're asking that we just make a change to a recommendation that may come through today, which sees that component go into the agreement where we hadn't currently mentioned it. And just for your information, that's what we've got at the moment. At the moment, there were just clauses to go into the scheme. What we've recommended is there's that existing clause, put my glass on, 6.16.6, which is in the current agreement, and we can modify that clause by including points A and B there that we've included there, and that will bring in the requirement for those upgrades into the agreement.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I just had one other question, if that's okay. Just in regards to the SPS 870 pump. So the proponent at the moment is suggesting that that's going to be a cost to us if we wanted to upgrade that prior to them reaching their 9,806 EPs, and city officers disagree with that, which I think is correct. What would happen if the proponent was successful in that clause? How much would that cost the city?
Through the chair, I guess that's the unknown.
Well, I'm looking.
I'm not.
Currently,
one and two things.
Probably a question for the infrastructure team, but currently in the budget, I've got a couple of these projects happening in my division, and it's anything from 5 million to 20 million. So I think it'd be interesting to know what sort of cost burden that could be on ratepayers if the proponent was successful.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Fowler, we can take that on notice and speak with our team and get some figures to you, even if it's just ballpark figures, as soon as possible. If that's okay.
Councillor O'Neill was next, and then Councillor Castro and Councillor Young and Councillor Wilkinson.
Thanks, Chair. Phil, with the golf course, can you just clarify, the way I read the report is that there's currently 27 holes that will go down to 18, but 9 on each side of Ross Street?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, that's correct. So we've currently got 18 holes on the eastern side. It was under the changes under the 2003 changes. The western side went down to 9 holes, so we currently got 29 over both sides of Ross Street.
That will become one 18-hole course, and there'll be a connection on.
Well, there's currently that overpass. That
I just had some correspondence, and maybe some of the other councillors have, from residents who live there and complaining about the reduction in open space, as in the golf course.
Sorry, Councillor, is there any? I didn't catch the last part of the question.
Oh, no, I was just saying I've just had some correspondence, and maybe some of the other councillors had correspondence from residents who are complaining about the reduction of holes for the golf course and open space. So that's why I'm just wondering how that's all going to work.
Okay, but that certainly was a comment that came through in the comments that we were provided through the applicants or the proponents' consultation.
Thank you.
Councillor Lacastro.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Look, I know we're not getting into debate yet, but just obviously I've got a number of concerns with this, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that this site is earmarked for the Olympic Village. And I guess my question through you, Mr. Chairman, to Phil and Roger, and is if council was not of a mind to endorse, or if council wanted to object to the changes to the the Royal Pines Resort, what do we call it? Approved scheme, then would that have a detrimental impact on the delivery of the Games Village? I'm just, concerned that, with those concerns, given that the Games Village is going to be there, would that impact it if we said, well, we object and we don't endorse this?
Through you, Mr. Chair, a very tough question to put on officers in relation to whether it'll have a detrimental impact. But what we can respond, Councillor Lacastra, is to say that the Brisbane Olympic and Paralympic Games Arrangement Act, or BOPGA, specifically overrides the Integrated Resort Development Act. So there's an act in place that can realise a games village on this site. So at this stage, the proponent and state have chosen to apply and put their eggs in one basket in relation to the Integrated Resort Development Act. There is a specific act that they could use to realise a games village on this site as an alternative.
Okay, so it wouldn't kill, the Olympic Village.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we'll choose to reply by saying there is an alternative act that state can use to realise an Olympic Games village.
Which overrides the integrated resource development.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilkinson, do you have a follow-up on that line of questioning?
I do, Chair, if I could just indulge. And I guess Roger did answer it to a degree there, which is more or less, even if we disagreed with this today, the state government has numerous acts for which they could progress this regardless of our commentary or not. Am I correct in that statement?
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct.
And so to, I guess, add to that and what we're deliberating today, I guess I've got this conundrum in my head about making sure, I think, and it does come to a question, what we've got as far as the recommendation, I don't want to necessarily lose what officers are potentially putting forward to better the outcome for what could be, even if we as a political wing refuse to agree with it. But regardless of whether, I guess, and the question, I guess, is if we were to refuse it, but perhaps give our commentary to the state, which is what we're seeking to do, we can do that through an amendment to the recommendation today, whereby your commentary is still given to the state, but the council in its essence doesn't agree with it. And regardless of whether they then accept it or not, they can push on with whatever capacity they want, is my understanding. Is that a fair assessment?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there's a fair amount to unpack there, Councillor Wilkinson. Look, as we've said, this isn't a formal application. It's not a Planning Act application. You're not making a decision today approving, refusing. Today, we're putting our recommendations in terms of what our jurisdiction has been and the assessment of this proposal, Councillor Wilkinson. So today, you're not beholden to a Planning Act decision. This is purely a recommendation that we're making to state government. There is no statutory limitation to what we can resolve as part of a recommendation, if that responds to your question.
So, Roger, would a slightly different way possibly for councillors to think about it is that we are a referral agency from the state on this. The state is the ultimate assessment decision maker. They allow us to have input into it, and this is our input within the lane that we can swim in.
It's a pseudo referral agency. Even a referral agency has statutory powers. We don't have any statutory powers in relation to the recommendation that we're making today, Councillor.
Yeah. Right. Councillor Young, Councillor Castro, were you finished with your line of questioning for now?
Certainly for now, yeah.
Councillor Young?
Thank you.
Further question regarding the sewage infrastructure, please. So I've read through the report about the equivalent persons and the assessments and the calculations and stuff, but it's not clear to me, are we dealing with the intended population in normal mode, or is this intended population during the Olympic Games mode, which is going to be considerably more people, as I understand it?
Through the chair, I understand it was just intended population in normal mode.
So what do you think might happen during the Olympic period? I know it's only brief and we can't anticipate, what use of facilities there may be by Olympic athletes, but if there's going to be a lot more people, shouldn't we be assessing this on the maximum that's intended for the site, the maximum residential utilisation?
Well, through the chair, I'm probably not properly qualified to answer in terms of what we might do in terms of modelling, infrastructure modelling or network modelling. I know that there is still capacity under the current system because they've used around 3,300 EP at the moment, so there is capacity there to accommodate further use on the site as it currently stands.
Understood.
Whether or not that's sufficient to accommodate whatever the Games Village may require, I don't have an answer.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, further to Phil's submission there, Part 17 of the agreement, Sewerage Infrastructure Works, 17B, no development is permitted to proceed on site that would cause the total population to exceed 5,760 EP without prior conducting a sewer network capacity study. That would go that would encompass an Olympic Games village. that would encompass everything, Councillor Young. That's how strong and strongly worded that particular condition is. That's something the proponent would have to factor in.
So if the Olympic population is going to be less than 5,760, there's no upgrade necessary.
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct. That is the cap, 5,760 EP.
Thank you.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Phil, I think at the moment it's about 3,300 EP currently on the site.
Through the Chair, that's correct. Our modellers have identified that that's about how much is being used at the moment.
So that gives us a capacity for the Olympic Games of about 2,200 athletes and staff. That be about right?
Through you, Mr. Chair, without requiring any upgrade to the subject sewer pump station.
Thanks for making that clear.
Councillor Wilkinson, we were with you, unless we've already dealt with your question. Right. Any further questions for Phil or Roger? Councillor Martin?
Thanks, Chair. Just on that sewerage EP, through you to Roger. So just on 17 of the changes to the agreement, just noted A was talking about, yes, the 5,760, but to a maximum of 9,806. So is that, once it gets to the 5,700, they'll have to do the testing, the analysis, but it could go to the 9,000. So if it does go to the higher end, is council required to fund all of those infrastructure charges, or the applicant would?
Through the Chair, no, again, that's the point we were talking about before, that no, it would be, officers identified that as being non-trunk, so that would be the applicant to fund those works.
Righto. Can we get a recommendation up on the screen, please? So I hope councillors have a bit more of an appreciation now of the interesting setup that is the Integrated Resort Act and how it fits in to the city, and why I thought it was probably appropriate for this item to come through committee so that you all got to understand and have your head spin like Councillor Castro and I have had for the last couple of years. So we have the recommendation as per the officers with the amendments that Mick mentioned yesterday by email are in attachment 1, so they will be included in that. I'm happy to move the item as is there, with the referral of our recommendation to the state government for the next stage of the assessment, unless there is a different motion that someone is looking to put forward. Councillor Wilkinson?
Chair, I perhaps have a change recommendation that I'd like to put up.
All right. You wouldn't have had a chance to get this to chamber support yet?
I can take it straight over, Chair.
Right. So, councillors, we will take a 10-minute break and let the change recommendation get into the system, and then we'll come back for it. Meeting adjourned 10:16. Councillors, the meeting recommences at 10:27. Councillor Wilkinson has had the opportunity to load a proposed change recommendation up with our chamber support staff.
Chairman, can I also foreshadow something? Mine just changes one word, Chairman.
If it's just the one-word change, you want to?
No, not to the changed recommendation.
Oh, sorry, to the original.
I would simply like to delete agrees with and change it to notes, so that the council notifies the Minister for State Development, Infrastructure and Planning as required under the provisions that council notes the proposed amendments to the Royal Pines Resort approved scheme and agreement, subject to the amendments contained within attachment 1.
Councillor Tozer, question.
So, with Councillor Gates's consent, I'm not voting today, obviously I'm not on this committee, but I think the word amendment is used twice, but they refer to two different things. And maybe we note the proposed state amendments and then we subject to the council officer amendments, just so we differentiate between the amendments that are the state, which is the document we're kind of reviewing, and then we redefine the amendments that we're making to those amendments, so we don't use the same word twice. I think it's confusing, particularly for the community, but maybe even for the state. I'd hate to think the state would make a mistake about which amendments are which.
Councillor Gates.
Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, Councillor Tozer. So that's
sort of, I think that we just need to clarify that.
Right. So, Councillor Wilkinson, had a change recommendation was there. I hadn't accepted it yet, hadn't sought a seconder yet. Can I, in the hopefulness of getting through this, could I come to Councillor Wilkinson and check if the intent of what you were looking to do with your change recommendation is not dissimilar to this?
Yeah, I was about to say, I think the word in the first one now, state, I think would have to be the proponent.
Correct. That was Roger's inference. So if you can replace state with proponents amendments.
But in the ease of progressing this conversation today, I'm quite happy with what Councillor Gates has put forward. I think it still achieves what the intent of my change recommendation was going to do anyway.
So that is my general read of it, that I think you're actually both saying the same thing, just with slightly less words. So I'm happy to accept Councillor Gates' proposed changes. Did you wish to move it, Councillor Gates, or was it just a proposed amendment to it?
Sure, I'll move it.
So Councillor Gates is happy to move it. Councillor Wilkins is happy to second it. Councillor Gates, to open debate.
Are you seconding hers?
Thanks, Chairman. I think it's a little concerning that this has come before us at this stage without the detail that council has made clear is necessary, and with the suggested impact on not only the existing residents of Royal Pines, but on the broader infrastructure for the city. And I think probably of most concern is the suggested offsetting of $30 to $34 million worth of upgrade requirements on the basis of a dedication of parkland that, we've got an existing golf course there and it's open space, and it's suggested that an offset be provided for 8 hectares of open space, and it's not identified anywhere within the report where that might be. So there's more questions than answers with what's before us today, but I understand the need for us to submit the council's position, and all of the detail is outlined in attachment 1, and thanks to the officers, it's probably been ongoing for many, many months, the consideration of this report that's before us today. So thank you for the detail, and thank you for the length of presentation and answering all of our questions. I think we still have a lot more questions, and it's a little confusing that the state hasn't done a ministerial infrastructure designation to me, or used another act that would enable them to just proceed with this. So I hope that they're not hoping that council actually bears the weight of the impact of this proposed development at this location. But anyway, in noting what's before us today and sending the amendments that the officers have recommended to the state, they should have a clear understanding of Council's position.
Speaker against. Councillor Young, question.
There was a motion or an amendment on the table there from Councillor Wilkinson, which I was going to be happy to support. What happened with that?
Wasn't seconded.
Councillor Young was through just discussion before. Councillor Gates had just changed some minor words to the original recommendation. I felt that it still captured the essence of what we were trying to achieve, which was simply, in this case now, noting that they've put something forward for us to look at, and we're not taking a position on this in some regard now, I guess. We're just simply saying it notes it. However, we are still making sure that the amendments that the city officers have put forward today get to the state, basically, for their further consideration at that point in time.
Speaker against.
Well, I'm reluctantly against. I'll speak against this, but I'll probably vote for it.
This is why we don't give you people such long holidays.
The reason being that the other motion that was on the screen earlier specifically said we disagree, and I think that's a strong word to use, and it should be imparted to the government rather than just noting something. And this makes no sense because it says that council notes the proposed amendments, and which are subject to the city's amendments contained. It just doesn't make any sense. It might make sense if we said that that the state should note these amendments, but anyway, I favour the other one because it's specifically said we disagree, and there's been a paucity of information, completely poorly done by the proponent, perhaps on behalf of the state. I don't know who's who in the zoo here, but it's really bad for us to be presented, and the community in some supposed consultation to be presented very poorly prepared information that really doesn't cover the bases, doesn't provide maps of where this might be, and argues that we should accept the replacement of golf course, which is a recreational resource, with a recreational park that's only available for private use, and then that's meant to be a credit to the developer, and we're meant to offset that against other charges that applied across the city. It's just a ridiculous proposal in every sense of the word, and that's why I can't support this current wording. But as I said, to get this message to the government, I'll certainly support it by voting for it.
Can't support it. But you'll support it by voting for it.
Thank you. I hope I've made
Sorry, my head's still trying to connect that together. Speaker for. We're in debate now, so unless we're going to do an amendment to it. Councillor Curtis to speak for the motion.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate for a room full of people that are used to being the decision maker, I can completely understand how this has created a fair bit of cognitive dissonance for us all. And I acknowledge that we don't have all of the information that we would be typically privy through, and we have this innate sense of responsibility of protecting residents and future residents from impacts, and we just don't have that through the process and through what our role is in this one. I'm really grateful for the opportunity for it to come through the chamber, however, although that has created that dissonance. I think it's been an opportunity to explain, not just to us, but to the community, like why this one is different. And I think, obviously, the officers' recommendations were one strongly supported and shared by councillors here today. I guess the alternative was to not have this kind of transparency or engagement, and so I'm certainly glad it came through, and we'll continue to track it. And I will be supporting the motion as it stands, as I think it strikes that right balance of not wanting to feel like we agree with it, but not being able to disagree with it because we just don't have the information at this stage.
There's a grammatical error. What is our grammatical error?
And present.
And we've proposed amendments, but those proposed, our noting of the proposed proponents' amendments isn't subject to. We've changed the words such that they don't make sense anymore. So the word subject needs to be replaced with and submits the city's amendments. So subject to is replaced with and submits. And then get rid of subject and to. And now it makes sense. Sorry.
So, it is your motion, Councillor Gates. So if you don't agree, then the words get removed. We go back to what it was. Officers, in how you're reading of what the intent of that now reads as?
Mr. Chair, to me, that's clear enough what the actions of officers would be, in that if this goes through the council meeting and is resolved as it is on the screen, we would provide attachment 1 to the state government for their consideration.
Right, so that's officers' reading of the wording. Councillor Gates, it's your motion.
I understand what Councillor Tozer is saying. It's because we've changed notes, whereas it had endorsed subject to
yes,
the
correct.
city's amendments. But no, I don't. I just, sorry. I'm happy with that.
Right, Councillor Gates accepts the amendment to the motion. I will go back to a speaker against the now slightly revised motion again. Cognizant that Councillor Castro, as Divisional Councillor, is here, so if you wish to speak against Councillor Castro, you can take the slot if you wish. Do you wish to speak against the motion?
I'm not going to speak against
right. Want to speak for the motion?
this motion.
Yes. If there's no speaker against, I'm going to afford Councillor Castro the chance to speak. Councillor Castro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Firstly, I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Chair, and the committee for bringing the matter forward, but also giving it such thorough interrogation, because it was a very complex. It's a very complex situation, and the officers. Mainly, I wanted to speak to actually thank the officers because, as you said, Mr. Chairman, you and I have been involved with discussions over a 2-year period now with the proponents, and it hasn't been an easy process for the officers with the information or limited information. And I think, bless you, and I think they've done a remarkable job with the report that they've presented, but also in looking out for trying to get the best possible outcome we can for the residents of the Royal Pines without being the decision maker. Because, you know, I do need to point this out quite clearly to the public. We are not the decision makers on this. We are not approving the development. We can't. It falls under the Integrated Resource Development Act, which is a state act. And as you rightly said, Mr. Chairman, we are basically a referral agency. But the officers have worked incredibly hard on this one to make it clear what we believe needs to be done to get the best possible outcome should this get approved by the state. I agree with the motion, although along, you know, this Councillor Wilkinson's original motion, I like that as well. So I really
Can I interrupt and make a little change to the recommendation, Chairman? Because I agree with what is being said here, and I just wondered, would you allow me to change it to and submits the city's necessary amendments contained within attachment 1.
I am very confident it's semantics, but I'm happy to add the extra word in.
I think that makes it clear to the state that we're only noting the report until we see these necessary amendments, and then it may have our endorsement, but it doesn't at this point.
Councillor Wilkinson is seconder. Are you happy to accept that?
Okay with that? Yeah. Thank you. Sorry, my brain's working slowly.
Yeah, I may have to speak
really
against the
interrupted.
motion now, but no. Yeah, look, my concerns, and these have all been interrogated, and I'm glad that the committee, or certainly a number of the committee, will find out whether it's a majority very soon, have those same concerns, just the impacts the amenity on the or loss of amenity and those amenity impacts on the residents of Royal Pine should this go ahead. Basically, the removal of about 16 hectares of open space of golf course, and then sort of looking to have offsets. I can't see how we can offset infrastructure, charges when you're actually removing open space. So I support this recommendation, and again, I thank yourself, Mr. Chairman, and the committee for the hard work and the seriousness that you've given this matter.
Councillor Gates, do you wish to close?
I think I've said enough today.
No. In that case, debate is closed. We will take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous.
We got there.
Right. We will go back. We thank Councillor Cash for coming along and throwing our order out of whack and causing such chaos. We will now go back to normal viewing and go back to 6.1.
Let's talk about pups.
Councillors, officers, respectfully, we are well behind time, so if possible, we'll keep the presentation as brief as we can, and councillors will be well prepared with questions to get into it straight away. The presentation.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Stacey Wallace, Coordinator Compliance Strategy within City Inspectorate, and in the interest of time, we'll do a bit of a brief run-through of the report for adoption for proposed amendments to the Animal Control Area Register. There are essentially three aspects of this report: the proposed changes to the dog off-leash and dog prohibited areas, the results of the trial area in 2025, and consideration of the historic use of horses within our parks. Councillors, as you know, the amendments to the Animal Control Area Register require considerable consultation with internal stakeholders, divisional councillors, and of course the community. This allows us to balance the community needs and expectations, environmental impacts, and safety and other risks to get the best outcome for the city. As part of ACAR 2026, we proposed 12 amendments for community consultation, and we're proposing adoption of 5 of those. Attachment 1 of this report shows the 5 amendments that we're seeking endorsement, and the justifications are within those reports. I'll skip through these. The second aspect of the report relates to the trial-timed dog off-leash area at Broadbeach Beach from 5 to 7 a.m. and 5 to 7 p.m. between Lifeguard Tower 26A and 27, undertaken from the 1st of July to the 30th of September in 2025. Specific regulatory signage was installed at all beach access points, and an extra beach safety camera was organised and installed at Lifeguard Tower 26 and angled to capture footage of the trial area. As a result of the trial, city lifeguards reported an over 150% increase in dog owner interactions. This is almost threefold increase in dog owner interactions for our lifeguards in 2025 compared to the same time in 2024. These interactions typically lasted 2 to 3 minutes and diverted lifeguards away from their patrols. Some interactions became heated, with dog owners displaying aggression and abuse towards our lifeguards when asked to leave the flagged area. Our animal management staff conducted patrols of the area up to twice per day during the trial to provide education to dog owners. Data from these patrols and from the camera footage showed a very high level of non-compliance amongst dog owners. Overall, a 40% non-compliance rate was recorded over the 3-month trial. This is comparably 10 times the non-compliance rate of other popular dog off-leash areas. As the trial took place outside of turtle nesting season, there were no recorded turtle nest disturbances. However, an external ecological report did determine that if a dog off-leash area was put there, it would negatively impact wildlife, including endangered turtles and the local vegetation. Despite our mitigation efforts like regulatory and advisory signage, increased patrols and social media advertising, camera footage showed ongoing non-compliance, with many dog owners allowing their dogs to enter the sensitive dune area. This indicates that reasonable mitigation efforts just are not effective in this location. Therefore, we are not recommending to progress with any form of dog off-leash area at Broadbeach Beach. The third aspect of the report relates to section 5.5 with concerns regarding conflicting activities involving dogs and horses within Pioneer Downs Park and potentially other parks on the Gold Coast. To address these concerns, amendments will be required to the current ACAR structure to clarify legal permissions and address safety considerations. The register will be required to be updated to include a new part that designates an animal control area type as a horse exercise area. This will allow us to clarify areas where horses are permitted within our city parks. So essentially, what this means is we currently have a part in the ACAR for dog off-leash areas, for dog prohibited areas, and now we want to have a horse exercise area to allow us to assess that as well. To support the proposed amendments for ACAR 2026, as shown in Attachment 1, and allow a new part to be included in the register to clarify horse exercise areas, we are seeking endorsement of the recommendations as shown on the screen.
Stacey, thank you for abbreviating that presentation. Thank you. Councillors, questions for Stacey or the team? Councillor Tozer.
Councillor Wilkinson just gave me an excellent pun, and he said that presentation was wholesome. And I just wanted to say how much I appreciated the work this week. There was obviously this cycle. There's been obviously a lot of things in Division 9, and this managing the dog and horse combination out in the hinterland is complex and difficult. And I appreciate some of the nuances that went into trying to make sure the legislation made sense. So I just wanted to appreciate the team for that.
The pun is noted. Councillor Curtis.
It was awesome.
Thank you, Chair. As an urban councillor, not as familiar with the whole horse situation, just wondering what the current laws are around horses accessing public spaces.
They're not allowed. Only on the road.
So through the Chair, the currently legislation is written permission to utilise any of our parks other than dogs is required, written submission or approval from us.
So maybe I can speak to that briefly.
Very briefly.
Yeah, so the issue is that we have a number of, we have a large off-leash dog area that has been frequented for more than 2 decades by recreational horse riders. They don't have written permission to be there, but we have, over time, Council has provided assets in that park, show jumping assets for them to recreationally use that park. And so these changes propose to formalise what is currently practically occurring, and also creating a separated space for horses where they can do what they're doing. There's actually a dressage arena there, and also an off-leash dog area that's a little bit separated from that space. So effectively around the horse assets, dogs will be required to be on leash and then walk another 50 metres or so, and there'll be a fairly large, several acres of off-leash dog area that is fenced appropriately. Not quite fenced like a normal dog park, but fenced sufficiently to delineate the horse area and the dog area.
All right. Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I just wanted to get some indicative dates on the next review for the Animal Control Review Register.
Through the Chair, we have actually already started ACAR 2027. So once these have been to Council and proposed, we will be coming to you at the end of August to start the 2027. And as you know, Councillor, that is a full year process. So we already have noted some from different regions, and we've placed those on to start the assessment as early as we can.
Thank you, Chair. And just 2 other questions just for Stacey. So just with Helensvale and Discovery Park, and it's proposed that it does remain unchanged, I just wanted to check what monitoring will be in place to see if there is any other conflict between wildlife and dogs, and what would trigger another review on that site.
Thank you. Through the Chair, our environmental assessment teams were very interested in this one in particular. So there is an intent for increased monitoring, as well as monitoring any reports into animal management, and then just keeping in touch with you each year to see when the time is right.
Thank you. And also just wanted to know, I guess this is for all the proposed locations, but particularly I'm interested in the Division 2, Charles Home Park and Discovery Park. How will those submitters be notified with the result? Will that come from the city, or is that reliant on councillors to communicate?
Through the chair, there's no specific response back, as we had well over 1,000 submissions as part of ACAR. So it's the posting of this committee report and then any advertisement that the councillors choose to do.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. Just hearing, I guess, the outcomes of the beach trial in Broadbeach and having 2 dog beaches in Palm Beach, just really interested in, or any of those findings, you know, could have impacts on the existing dog beaches that we have, given those turtle impacts. Has any of that caused us to rethink or assess any impacts to existing dog beaches?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there was a discussion on that exact issue during the discussions around the Broadbeach particular trial, and it was a request of this committee to look at all existing dog off-leash areas on beaches, and that will be proceeding with the trial outcomes in mind through the next ACAR process.
Councillor O'Neill.
Maybe not a question, but just a comment. I have been approached, as probably council officers would realise, over several years about having an off-leash beach area in Division 14. And all the feedback that we have received from lifeguards has been that it would be a burden on them, and your trial has just proven that. So I think it's a good, and I certainly will be, you know, publishing this report online just to let everybody know. I think it all sounds good when there's, you know, a space between 2 lifeguard towers, but the, you know, unfortunately people will do the wrong thing, and that spoils it for the people who do the right thing. But I really like the report, and it's good. Thank you.
There's no further questions. Seek a mover for the item. I'm happy to move it. Seconder. Councillor O'Neill. I'm not intending to open debate. Does anyone wish to speak for or against the item? In that case, debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried unanimous. Stacey, team, I do apologise again for shortening it up, but as always, Stacey, very impressive. That takes us to item 6.2, the Local Government Infrastructure Program Interim Amendment, Consideration of Submission and Adoption. The councillors, are we seeking a presentation here, or is it specific questions that councillors had in their area or across the city? Councillor Young, I think you might have opened as well.
I asked for this to be unstarred. I think it is such a significant body of work that I thought it relevant to have a presentation, but if you're that concerned about time constraints, I'm happy to
that's fine. I was just checking if you had a very specific question in your area, or if it was more broad than that. If it's more broad, then I'm happy for the presentation to kick on.
Thanks, Chair.
Over to you, Peter.
No, I didn't have a specific about something in my area. It was just that broader.
That's right. Peter, will kick in. Again, if you have the ability to be a little bit more brief, is excellent, but if you can't, you can't.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Today's presentation is about the interim LGIP amendment and the public consultation process we've just updated and just informed Council as the outcome of that. We're also requesting adoption of the interim amendment today as well. So purpose of the report is following the last council resolution to go to public consultation. We're also requested to write a letter to the Premier, Deputy Premier and the Local Government Association of Queensland in relation to infrastructure charging matters. And as I said a little bit earlier, just to update Council on the public consultation process and the LGIP itself. So following Council resolution in December last year to write to the Premier of Queensland, we did that letter and that went from the Mayor on the 27th of March 2026. And it just raised concerns over the growing gap of infrastructure charges, revenue and the cost of infrastructure. I think everybody in this room is well and truly aware of the increasing escalation in infrastructure charges, infrastructure provision costs. And essentially the infrastructure charges aren't keeping in line with those cost increases. So we asked for a review of the cap charges. We future-proof funding through the Residential Activation Fund, and it's good to note from the work, Local Government Association and industry groups as well have lobbied the state to increase that funding, and there was an announcement to increase that from $500 to $1 billion. And of that, there was an announcement earlier this week that Council has received some of those funds up to around, I've got the number here, about $140 million, and 125 of that was for the Merrimack sewage treatment plant. And there was about 15 million that went to 2 sewage pump stations, 38 and 39 in Pimpamar. And we're also pursuing Old Coach Reserve Road through the round 3. We did apply in round 2. We didn't get that, so hopefully in round 3 there might be some more funds come our way.
Councillor Gates, question on this slide?
Well, sorry, through you, Chair, I was just going to ask the question, was that absolute that the ones we missed out on are going to be pursued in the next round given the doubling of funding? Because I did have a conversation with the member for Theodore, who has discussed the Old Coach situation with the Deputy Premier with very positive feedback. So I was going to add to the recommendation, but if Mr Cramp can tell me that that is going to be pursued, I won't make any change.
Mr Chair, yes it is.
Thank you.
Consider it pursued, Councillor Gates.
Thank you very
I think
much.
I saw Councillor Martin's hand first and Councillor Fowler.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I was just thinking, so that 140 million, that was the Residential Activation Fund, round 2, that we are successful in securing.
Yes.
Yeah, thanks.
Got to stand and for nearly 2 hours on Sunday for the press conference. Councillor Fowler?
Just on that, Chair, I was just hoping, it was great to just list them off. Would it be possible to get that circulated to councillors, what we've actually submitted for, what we were successful for or still waiting, and then what we are anticipating for the next round? Could we get that summary circulated, please?
Mr Chair, yes, that's too easy.
From memory, forget, maybe my recollection's wrong, but I think we might have sent the RAF application and what projects we went for out to councillors previously, but we can resend it again and then confirm the 3 projects we were successful in. Any further? Sorry, Peter, back to your presentation.
So there was also issues raised about the former water and sewerage program. That program actually allocated roughly 50% towards our big cost projects, such as our sewage treatment plant upgrades. There have been additional grants since that was removed around 2010 and 11, but they haven't been all that. I guess the allocations haven't been as large as what I guess we need for our particular infrastructure. So I think the good thing is at the moment the RAF is sort of offsetting that, and that 500 million is generally, well, very well, that additional 500 million is very welcomed across Queensland in general. The other thing that's happening with infrastructure charges as well, Premier and Deputy Premier wrote back to the Mayor on the 7th of May, and he acknowledged concerns in relation to infrastructure charges and recent the Queensland Productivity Commission's construction inquiry. And the state government at the moment has principal support to actually reform infrastructure charging for Queensland. We're not sure of the timeframes at this stage, but they are committed to take a review of all that infrastructure charging framework. Just to run through the public consultation, we received about 109 submission points. There was 32 general, 21 for transport, 9 for sewage, 37 for public parks, 4 for stormwater and 6 for water supply. The organisations and general public there, I won't go through them all, but they're either the organisations or those from the community that have written to the council as part of our public consultation process, which ran from 3rd of Feb to the 2nd of March this year. So as a result, there were 21 changes. Again, I won't sort of go through and list them all there, but essentially the difference between the advertised and the changes that occurred as a result of public consultation was about 18.5 million, but we're still looking around that 6.5 bill, or a little bit over program to 2041. We've also had chats to the Chief Financial Officer about this as far as our sustainability program goes, and we're in a sustainable position. And as a result, there was only $18.5 million. I shouldn't say only 18.5 million, but ultimately, you know, those costs are quite marginal considering the size of this program. What else have I got to add to that? That's probably it. 6.5 bill program.
Councillor Gates was first, and Councillor Tozer.
Sorry, I was just going to move the item.
Oh, right. Councillor Tozer, question.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to get my head around this idea. So we've gone through our LGIP proposed pre-consultation, and based on the feedback we got from the people and the general public and the people on the previous slide, we've only increased our total allocation in the LGIP by 18.5 million. Does that mean that we were pretty much on the money, or are we still a bit uncertain about that?
So essentially, Mr. Chair, what happened was there were some programs added. So we had Peachy Road, for example. It was about a $14 million project that was added. There was also further cost adjustments, so that's the reason why the difference. So the what I'm saying there is the advertised was 6.63 billion.
Yes.
And the resulting changes has bumped that up to 6.65 billion. So it's just the result of a review of those public submissions to ask for potential changes to some of those projects.
Okay.
So what happened was some of the projects were inadvertently excluded, which have gone back in, which are detailed in the report.
Okay. All right. I might ask other questions later. Cool.
So under the MGR, the Minister's Guidelines and Rules, the changes don't result in the amendment being significantly different. So that means that we don't have to go back out to the public for further consultation. And then we're just recommending to Council today, Mr. Chair, that Council adopt the LGIP today. So the next steps from here will form part of the City Plan version 14. We're looking to go live in September 26. I've put that timeline there just to give councillors an idea. This has taken us roughly 3 years to do this interim amendment. It's a big congratulations to the team to getting it here. It's quite a complex program of works. And yeah, that's probably about it, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Any further questions for Peter? Councillor Young.
Thanks, Chairman. Thanks, Peter. You may have already addressed this, forgive me. In regard to the Deputy Premier's letter responding to the Mayor, he mentions that our council has submitted an application under round 2 of the Residential Activation Fund. What is that, do you know?
Yes, well, the Residential Activation Fund is a fund that sort of brings forward housing development.
Sorry, what is our submission?
Our submission was those few projects that we talked about.
Submission was Merrimack Stage 6, Oxenford 038, 039, Old Coach Road, and one other one. And we were successful in 125 million for Merrimack Sewage Treatment Plant Stage 6, 15 million for OX38, OX39, I think is the references to the 2 sewage pump stations, and then Luke Altschwiger from Palm Valley was also successful in $5 million towards upgrades to Napa Road and the sewage network in that area as part of his approvals. 146.7 million total.
Good.
Any further questions for Peter? Councillor Gates, happy to move this item?
Yeah, I particularly wanted to move this one to offer congratulations to Peter Cramp and the team under the Executive General Manager, because this has been really meaningful consultation, and it's evident within the report that sees 21 amendments that it was taken very seriously and the timeframes were changed, and corrections made and the community's views taken on board. So, albeit doesn't significantly differ from the first version or the second version, I think that we've reached a really sound position with this, and I do genuinely appreciate the support and the diligence that you in particular showed, Peter, in being very thorough with everything that was brought forward through that period. Happy to move it.
Speaker against the motion? So, councillors, I just wanted to point out that this is an interim update to the LGIP. So, obviously, with the endorsement of a new planning scheme in the future, the work would then start on the next version of LGIP. But to also echo Councillor Gates's comments, and LGIPs are an interesting document because they are static in time and take a whole lot of assumptions at a point in time. And as we know, we can have all the assumptions in the world, but sometimes our control over what happens in what order, we don't control that. So as development patterns change and emerge and move in different suburbs, there is a need to adjust LGIP backwards and forwards and to bring projects forward and backwards in the cohorts. So this interim update is really important because it does address a few historical issues, and I note several of those in the north of the city that Councillor Gates pushed really hard for that were a result of that development patterns had not rolled out as expected, and with input and updates and updated modelling, and Councillor Gates and Councillor Fowler are making sure that the officers understood where those pinch points up there were, that we've seen some important updates in this interim LGIP update. Councillor Gates, did you wish to close? Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Good question. I seconded it. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Councillor Hamill seconded it. All those in favour? Against? Motion carried.
Thank you.
Peter, team, thank you very much. 6.3, new planning scheme program updates. Gav, Giordano, good morning to you. Sam, good morning to you. Trina's already here. I'll put that in committee's hands, EGM. So, councillors, is there specific questions on this one, or were you looking for the presentation, or is there questions you wish to put forward? Councillor Young.
Chairman, again, I sought that this be unstarred so we could have a presentation. Yep. This is, again, an enormous body of work.
That's fine, Councillor Young. Councillor,
to tackle with, and I might have questions that arise from
that's fine. Happy to do the presentation. Councillor Martin assures me that Palm Beach will be quick today. Over to you, Gav.
Through the chair. Good morning, councillors. The planning scheme program update covers off on a lot of different issues today. The local growth management strategy work is still ongoing at the moment. You can see that we've also included reference to the community engagement and marketing plan. There's key activities including the Have Your Say Planning Hub, councillor briefings, face-to-face engagements, and other initiatives. The Have Your Say survey will be helping to guide future discussions as we continue with the planning scheme. We're also providing an update on the neighbourhood framework for the remaining station neighbourhoods in Stage 3 of the light rail. As part of the community engagement campaign, we've taken a survey, interactive map and an expression of interest for the community reference groups. As you can see through the survey questions, we've had 584 survey responses, which was a pretty good representation from the corridor. There's up to 79% of the respondents were actually living in the station neighbourhoods, so there's some good coverage there. You can see that the expressions of interest for the community reference groups, we've had 63 expressions of interest. As a consequence, we've got 20 candidates for each of the CRGs. We do have a community engagement findings report that's currently been finalised, and that'll be an update at a future committee meeting. Also in the update this month, also providing an update on the regional plan and the SPP. As you can see, we've had engagement with the state government. We've had 2 working groups regarding the South East Queensland regional plan. There's technical work underway for that process, and there's also work commencing the state planning policy Few things to note. Obviously, there's the state have a condensed time frame to progress these changes. It's unclear currently how the changes will relate to council policy and our alignment with the planning scheme. But I guess the message is that there's a close engagement through city officers and the state government as these changes proceed. With the work, the public consultation on the draft regional plan is expected in late 26 and early 27, and it's expected that the finalisation of the South East Queensland regional plan is programmed for 2027. One thing to note, as part of our ongoing work program, the city has been receiving a number of external submissions for proposals for development that sit outside of the urban footprint. We just wanted to bring to the attention of the councillors that as part of that process, we obviously acknowledge those submissions, and we're meeting with the proponents to speak to them about those proposals.
Question, Councillor Gates?
Yes, specifically through you, Chair, about the urban footprint. There's been rumours of the state considering the total removal of the urban footprint. Has that progressed in any way, or have officers been involved in the conversation, or is it even true?
Through the Chair. Sorry, a bit shorter. Through the Chair, I can confirm that the state government is looking at many different options as part of the regional plan review. They're open to any suggestion that will help with the housing difficulties that we have at the moment, and nothing is off the table.
Okay.
So, Councillor Gates, Sam, thank you for that response.
Thanks,
officers. My sense of it is that they're unlikely to completely remove the urban footprint, that they're more likely to have a process that allows for additions to the urban footprint to be done much easier, is my sense of it. I might be completely wrong, but I haven't had a sense from a political point of view of complete removal of it, but definitely have a sense that they are open to how can there be a faster process for amendments to the urban footprint for inclusions, is my sense of it. Fair to say, and I think officers would agree, the department is keeping this one very, very close to their chest of what their intent is. But so I might be way off, Sam might be way off, we might be somewhere in the middle.
Mr Chair, can I just add something to what Gav said earlier just about those submissions that we're getting from a number of proponents and developers? Our standard line is that needs to be a council decision. It's not something that we believe we have the delegation or we would decide on. So we have been advising to give you some confidence that when that happens, we're saying that needs to go to council at a point. So I just wanted that to be clear.
Do you have a follow-up question on that line of questioning, Councillor Young?
I just wanted to speak about the urban footprint question, Mr Chairman. I saw some information seeking response from council officers, and it was from the state government, and it was talking about the urban footprint, and it was talking about evaluating new areas to grow, and they were very significant. It was Wongawallan and all of that area to the west of Yatala, and the state government's position was that the Norwell investigation area, which we've endorsed, was considered too hard, but all of those other areas were plumb ready for the picking, and it seemed to overwhelm all of the community issues, the environmental issues, all of the infrastructure issues that will really confront any proposed development of those areas that I mentioned. It's really significant area geography.
Councillor Young, do you just want to clarify whose information was this? Was this from a proponent or from the state?
It was a document from the state to council, and I saw it in the context of, I think, Councillor Gates was asked to provide a response. Am I right?
Through you, Mr Chair, I think that was a submission that we sent to, was that Sam? That was a submission we sent to all councillors just before recess. I'm trying to think how long ago that was, Sam, maybe 5 weeks ago?
Through the Chair, we did have an opportunity to provide some comments on confidential material to the state government.
And I just wanted to raise that because it looked very concerning to me, honestly, where they were saying Norwell's too hard, but all of this other area west of the motorway is ripe for the picking.
Remembering too, I think now I understand what correspondence you're talking to. I think they were referring to the fact that Norwell as an urban footprint movement isn't an option, that Norwell would be treated, if it happens, as a PDA versus the other suburbs they mentioned could be urban footprint movements. We might keep moving if that's okay, sorry, just with time. Gav, back to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. The monthly planning update also gives a bit of an update on the planning scheme. As you will have seen in the report, that we've finished the policy development stage and we're currently progressing drafted content with a view to having that completed by the 31st of July 2026, so we can actually commence the next phases for the planning scheme. It is noted in Table 1 in Section 5.8 of the report that there are two policy areas that are off track, one being the environment and also referable dams. Obviously, the options to progress with the protect in situ policy is a feature in today's report, while we're working with cross-department work is continuing to progress incorporating the policy outcomes for the city-owned referable dams. As you will have seen in the report, we've progressed two options today to address the protect in situ matter. Just for reference, protect in situ refers to the policy position that sits within the city plan, the current planning scheme. It refers to protecting matters of environmental significance, which is high priority vegetation, critical corridors, substantial remnants, priority species, protecting these matters in their existing location. As part of preparing the policy work for the planning scheme, we did present an option in September last year to outline a refined in situ policy, which had a refined approach to the biodiversity mapping in our urban residential areas. And also we had put a proposal forward to recognise that we would extend removing the in situ requirements for dwelling houses, which also included secondary dwellings, subject to some qualifying criteria as to how we can support that additional feature in the in situ locations. As part of the feedback that we... Yep. In January 2026, the state government, through the State Interest Reference Group, who we're doing all our policy work with, have confirmed they could not support the in situ provisions on the basis that it could limit future residential development or the associated infrastructure within the urban footprint. In March this year, we sought some clarification from the state government to confirm the extent of the zoning that was the subject of the concern. Through that correspondence, the SERG, or the State Interest Reference Group, confirmed that that position applied to all the residential zones, which includes the emerging community and the rural residential zone, I should say. In response to those changes, or that acknowledgement, that we wrote again to the state government, provided an analysis of the detail of the areas affected by the in situ policy, and proposed two options for their consideration. In May, the state wrote back and confirmed the position was unchanged. They couldn't support the in situ policy on the basis that the potential to limit future residential development in the urban footprint, and some of the detail and the feedback we've received, that is requiring applicants to confirm the presence or absence of values at the time of development does not align with the current needs to deliver sufficient levels of housing. And there's also some comments and some feedback that there needs to be clearer expectations and directions in the scheme, particularly for instances where there are limited biodiversity values in areas of matters of environmental significance associated with existing uses. So today in the committee item, you can see that we've got two options to progress the policy in the new planning scheme. The first option being that we can retain the existing policy and proceed to state interest review. I guess the option of proceeding with an unchanged policy is that there's a potential risk that there would be a delay in the state interest review process. We still have a fair amount of policy work and code drafting to do, so there's some work that would have to happen in that phase. I guess it's important to note that once we enter the statutory phase, the plan-making phase, where we're asking the minister to confirm state interests, it's a process where we're actually asking to progress out to public consultation with our work. And ideally we'd be wanting to refine matters rather than introducing new policy matters in that process. So there's not a lot of scope in that process. I guess a way to describe it is that once we enter that stage, the negotiations between city officers in the planning scheme team and the state officers will shift, and it's not an ideal circumstance to have a new change brought in when the legislation is for a set purpose. I guess the another thing to note is that as part of delaying the process, we wouldn't necessarily be able to get the full understanding of the changes to be considered as part of our road testing and legal review, which is the next stages in the scheme, it's really important to understand how the provisions would operate against the balance of the planning scheme. I guess there are some positives to this approach in the sense that the in-situ policy in the city plan is well established, it's well understood, and it does demonstrate a high level of environmental protection and supports ecological connectivity. So there are benefits to it, but I guess the message to note is that based on all the feedback we've received through the state government feedback, it's highly unlikely that we'll be given any support for a change position, to proceed with the current position. And we could end up having to confront a change, or the council could face a decision that needs to be changed at a later stage. So I guess the option one does have some positives, but the officers aren't recommending that today.
Councillor Fowler was first and Councillor Gates, and I'll come back to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I guess I'm just interested in hearing a bit more of an explanation from the city officers in regards to the practical differences that this would. So with the current approach and the proposed approach, you could even use the secondary dwelling example referenced in the report. What development application, what would be possible with the new approach that isn't possible today? So how would it practically be different?
Just to qualify the question, if I could, is that the in-situ policy that we were proposing that wasn't supported? Was that?
So with what we've currently, yes, with what the city officers were recommending for the new planning scheme, and what we're saying is that the recommended approach, which is the state approach.
Yep.
Practically, what's the difference when we're talking about a development outcome?
The current in-situ policy is, I guess, as previously mentioned, it's well tested. We have done a lot of work to refine the in-situ mapping in our residential areas to reduce that in the growth areas. We've also done some work to extend some flexibility in those high priority areas to allow for the dwelling house and the secondary dwelling to occur, in recognition that that's a feature of the housing supply solution. What we've been told by the state government, which is they won't support in situ, I guess until we work through what that means in full, it's unknown, but I guess it's fair to say that the likelihood of obtaining support to proceed with the in situ policy isn't going to be well received, and we would need to consider shifting to, and you can see it on the screen there today, there would be replacing the in situ provisions with an avoid, mitigate and offset policy response, which is similar to areas which sit outside our biodiversity areas currently. It wouldn't be the same, but I might take the opportunity to let the environmental guys, if they're able to just provide some further comment on that.
Respectfully, I think that response is probably clouded more than helped. So, Councillor Fowler, maybe I could have a crack and try and break it into...
Thank you. It's way more confusing now. So, I guess, to be specific...
Officers, please, afterwards, jump in if you feel like I'm right off. But so, under the current provision is an incredibly strong benchmark that allows officers to push back very strongly and say, no, that must be protected. There's no kind of reporting or argument an applicant can put forward to kind of overcome that. It's just a hard no. Under the new provision, an applicant would have a benchmark to put a reporting to, engage an environmental consultant to put reporting in, to mount an argument to say it's not that important. There's loss of this vegetation could be offset by restoration over here or rehab over here. It's not protected, and that the development should be allowed to proceed. So it's a different benchmark setting that allows the applicant to put forward a performance outcome. Is that okay with officers in a Labrador explaining kind of terms? Councillor Fowler, does that make a little bit more sense?
It does. It's very concerning, but it does make more sense.
Sorry, yeah. And Councillor Gates, you were next.
Thanks, Chairman. This really worries me. I don't think we should be folding on this. As Gavin has suggested, it's been well established, well tested. It only, in the report, it said 6.67% of impact exists in areas that are not already very much compromised. So it's such a tiny amount, but it does protect our environment. And I find it astounding that the state wouldn't want to stick with us on that after all of our years of work in that realm. To suggest scrapping it, to me, seems quite bizarre. I would have preferred option 1 to be what we adopted as part of this recommendation. But I would love to hear from the environment guys whether they think that the tiny percentage of privately owned residential land within the footprint deserves to be ignored. I don't believe it does. I think that it's been on the basis of years and years of consideration and input that we have that protection for in situ. I'm perplexed.
Well, not a direct question from Councillor Gates. DJ, do you want to try and give some broad answer to it? Or your opinion? Yeah.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, councillor, for the question. And again, the policy has been well established. The Protect in Situ policy is about protecting our most high-value, precious environment, high-value environment across the city. We have demonstrated that the Protect in Situ policy is not as material an impact. I think the report talks to 7% when we're talking about high natural hazard impact. But we have been looking at alternative policy approaches as part of the development of the new planning scheme. So we're looking at new mapping, we've got new information, and we're looking at as we've been developing and updating and drafting for the new Environment Significance Overlay Code, we have been looking at alternative policy approaches. So we're currently undertaking that analysis of what that can look like. And I think... sorry, Councillor.
Might that override the in situ policy?
Well, we've until we get a resolution from council or a decision here, but we have been undertaking that work in the background just recently to look at what that looks like.
And I'm presuming that is to protect the vegetation we want protected if this in situ provision is removed.
So again, through the chair, this is what we're currently investigating. And as the chair has highlighted, looking at these provisions where we will be investigating the avoid and how that is described and how that will work and be implemented. We will be looking to avoid those high-level, high-value environments and looking at other provisions for mitigation and offsetting. But again, the avoid component of that is an important component to how we protect into the long term those really important environmental values.
I don't think you might have been at the workshop where this was possibly discussed, but so part of the reason this is that if we don't do this work of possibly coming up with a different policy point of view and coming up with the benchmarks, we may just be directed by the state of what to put in our planning scheme. We'll just be told, remove that, put this in instead. And we may not like the benchmarks we get directed to put in. So I think there was a sense of that if there has to be changes to it, that we'd prefer to be owners of our destiny and have control over the benchmarks that go in place instead, even if we're not supportive of it. Again, I apologise, I don't mean to speak on behalf of officers, but that's my read of it, is that we'd prefer to be in control of those benchmarks as best as we can if they have to change.
Sorry, DJ, I'll just quickly say, Mr. Chair, I think that's in the context of the extremely strong feedback we've had from the state government on not supporting that original option. So again, we're trying to get ahead of it and trying to see if we can work with the state to get a good outcome still for our city. So that's definitely the reason.
Councillor Young, you were up next.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm not sure how accurate this statement is, but on page 660, we're told the state government's feedback was that the in situ policy will not be supported where it has the potential to limit future residential development in the urban footprint. So we are being asked to support a different policy position which also might not be supported in that it has the potential to limit future residential development. So it seems that the government's position is we don't want to have any limitation whatsoever. So I'm not sure about us creating a new policy that's going to try to accede to their demand, because they've made a firm position clear. They don't want environmental values to impact upon residential development in the urban footprint. So how strong is it?
Councillor Young, Gav, would the read will be that in the government's view, having benchmarks allowed a performance outcome? So I don't read it as that they're saying you can't introduce a different policy to protect environmental value. They just expect it to have a performance outcomes where an applicant can put forward a solution. Is the difference. In situ doesn't allow that, whereas the other option or a variant of that option is a performance outcome. That still means officers and assessment can still push back very hard on the avoid part, but it just allows an applicant to put forward a solution that can be assessed, which at the moment you can't. George?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. The state government at no point has said that they want us to remove provisions that seek to protect the environment, but they have been very firm that they think in situ is impeding on individual landowners' rights, and so they have a preference for us. They've been very clear that they won't support in situ, and they have recommended us consider some alternative options like the avoid, mitigate, offset.
But isn't it the case that if a new policy still impedes individual property owners' rights to develop, have we changed anything except for?
Well, that's correct. They
at
this point in time, they haven't given us any certainty around what they will or won't support.
Yeah.
Until we develop up a suitable alternative to be able to put in front of them, they're not going to give us any commitment on their level of support on an alternate position.
But through you, Mr. Chair, George, they have said that they are willing to work with us.
They have, yes, correct.
So I think that's
okay.
That's
interesting context. Thanks, Chairman.
Anything else from you for now, Councillor Young? I'm going to go to someone else for a moment.
For questions, by all means. Thanks, Chairman.
Ladies first, Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I was at the workshop where I think the general provisions were that we don't remove it, but I understand what you're saying. Is it possible, the way it's put with the recommendations options 1 and 2, I don't know the timeframe on developing an alternative policy, but it will seem to everybody that we are removing that in situ policy, which will be a concern for a lot of the rural and rural residential properties that we're talking about. And those inside the urban footprint, but that's quite a deal in my area. Are we close to looking at that, developing that policy? Have we started, or where are we with that?
Through the Chair, the new planning scheme and the environmental team are working together on an alternate position. We haven't landed something yet, but we are hoping to have something ready to be able to road test during the road testing phase, which is scheduled to commence in August.
I'm just wondering if we could change the wording of what we're actually looking at doing, rather than putting that option forward to remove the in situ policy at this stage.
Maybe we investigate the development of an alternative policy.
Maybe you can say subject to the development of a new policy to protect the highest value land within the urban vegetation within the urban footprint.
So, Councillor Gates, if you wouldn't mind, it sounds like you're on a bit of a pathway there of something that, based on the few head nods I just saw, might be supported. So if you wouldn't mind working on that, and I'll come to Councillor Toes for his question in the meantime.
So I'm interested in the implications of what we're proposing to do in the context of your remarks before, Councillor Hamill, about the urban footprint. A question was asked about whether the urban footprint might be removed. You, as I recall, reassured us that in your conversations that wasn't necessarily on the table.
My gut instinct is that they won't remove it in a just blanket removal, that they'll keep it where it should be, but they'll have a different process to allow additions to the urban footprint easier, because at the moment it's quite a long and cumbersome process. I think they'll look to make it a shorter, more streamlined process, is my read of it.
So the reason I'm asking those questions is I'm trying to understand the implications of us changing a I don't know, a tree protection, vegetation protection element of a policy contingent on the urban footprint? And what are the implications if the urban footprint does get significantly changed? Are there other protections that we can have in place to make sure that we get the best possible outcome? I'm actually generally supportive of retaining protect in situ in the rural residential area outside the urban footprint. I think that makes some sense. But I'm also very aware that if we come up with a new policy and they just get rid of the urban footprint, then we want to make sure that we still are able to protect those environmental zones that are outside what is currently urban footprint. Can I have a bit of commentary around that? Is my question specific enough or not really? Probably not. No one wants to take it.
Through the chair, I'm happy to start the answer to that. I think the environment guys might have some more to add, but I think as part of the draft work that's been looked at the moment for the policy, there is a intent to recognise land inside and outside the footprint with different protections as appropriate. So there's no real direction on that, but we have spoken about the differences of what can occur inside and outside of the urban footprint, but it's very early in the discussions that we've been having, so I'm not sure.
Through the chair, just on that as well, if there were significant changes to the urban footprint, we'd have to have a look at how the whole scheme was constructed and what that meant for the scheme as a whole. So if that does happen, then that will be something that we'd have to come back to council and consider what we do with the new scheme.
Yeah, I'm also trying to get my head around the administrative implications for lots of small two-lot subdivisions, secondary dwelling applications that have an offset policy applied to them. And the reason, what I'm kind of getting at is in a big development application of several hectares or maybe 20, 30, 40 lots, you can offset by chopping some trees down and then planting other trees elsewhere in a holistic sense. Whereas if a mum and dad who are building a secondary dwelling chop down 3 important trees and we've got an offset policy, there might be, for every tree they chop down, there might be 3 they have to plant. But that's a much smaller process for a small entity. The idea that, I've chopped 3 trees and I've got to plant another 9. Where are they going to plant those? So I think I'm looking for some visibility on how does this policy impact the smaller property owner?
Through the chair, the in situ policy that was proposed for the new scheme had some flexibility, and the Enviroteam will correct me if I'm wrong, that did allow secondary dwellings to be provided on sites. Any new policy, we're going to have a look at how that would apply. So what we do with offsets, whether they can still build as of right those secondary dwellings within certain restrictions. So that's what the new policy development would include.
So is it proposed that there be options for, let's say, a smaller lot or a housing lot that wants to build a secondary dwelling and has to offset? Is there an option for them to fund instead of planting? Like fund the planting, so funding Watergum or funding, some sort of offsets team inside council, like making a financial contribution instead of doing the planting themselves.
Through the chair, again, that's some of the options we'll have to consider how that will play out in any new policy development. DJ might. Yeah. In terms of the offsets policies for smaller developments, is there any work that's been done?
The answer is yes. Okay. Oh, well, that's reassuring. Well,
the issue is we've got an existing policy that's been tested in the courts, and there's a notional draft policy that
is not tested
yet,
notional, and it's just notional. Yeah, I get it. But eventually, the state is going to direct us one way or another. So we're going to get to a point where the state's either going to direct us to change our policy and take what we give you, or actually we acknowledge that. We've given you some guidance and you've adjusted it. You can have the alternative that you've proposed instead of the one that we're going to lump you with.
That's a
decisions before.
That's a fair summary.
Layman's terms. One thing I would recommend maybe to the chair is I think we should acknowledge the state's guidance in this process. Oh, you got to. Yeah, I just think in one where it looks like the way this wording has happened, it looks like it's the officer's recommendation, and I think our hand is forced on this, and we should actually articulate that.
All right. Councillors, any further questions before we look to get to Councillor Gates? I'm sure particularly well drafted change.
Well, it's very hasty, but what I had written...
Oh, sorry, Councillor Young, sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. My question relates to another matter dealt with. I think that's the big focus for me today. But with the natural hazards, the report tells us the flood mapping will be released for public purchase. This is in regard to the release of mapping suites and modelling methodology to inform the community, shall we say, about the assumptions we've made in determining what's happening where. And in order to shorten timeframes and so forth, I think we're trying to say, we'll release all that information and you can look at it and then you'll understand what we're doing. But you've got to pay for it. And I'm worried about that. Can you please address the issue of public purchase on a site-by-site basis of defined flood or flood mapping?
Through the chair, that's still to be resolved exactly how that mechanism will work.
Yeah.
We're primarily seeking to release the mapping, so it'll operate like the flood where the mapping's been released, the community has awareness of it prior to the scheme going out for public consultation. In terms of the modelling, we are seeking some advice on that as we speak to work out whether, like, what does that mean for us if we release it and how should we release it? So we will bring back a further report to this committee around the release of that material.
So can I further, therefore, council would perform a flood modelling operation for an applicant? Is that the idea?
Through the chair, I don't believe we're looking at performing the flood modelling for the applicants. It would be so they can gain access to the model if that was an option that was considered.
Oh, they get the model.
Yeah, we'll get access
so
to components of it, yes.
assess their development proposal using our model. Is that it?
Correct.
Councillor Young, I don't think we're talking about like a mum and dad on a single housing block, that if there was a developer with a large chunk of land that to put a hydraulic model forward to be assessed probably needs our model to connect into, that they can purchase the access to that model. But for a regular mum and dad building a new house, we're not talking about them having to buy anything new.
No, that's correct, through the chair. And again, we are just getting some advice on that. So we'll bring back a further report that will detail what that looks like.
Yeah. Does that clarify for you, Councillor Young?
Thanks, I'm happy with that.
Right. Councillor Gates, what have you got for us?
Sorry, this has been on the run, but I was going to say that in removing the in situ policy provision in line with the state's guidance, Council resolves as follows.
The state's instruction.
Well, can we say instructions? Or guidance?
I think through Mr Chair, it's not a formal instruction yet, but I think, what was the word you used, Councillor Gates?
Guidance.
Yeah, I think that's definitely accurate to, we've had some very strong advice.
I'll just let them catch up. No, that in removing the in situ policy provision in line with the state's guidance, Council resolves as follows. And then a 1, that an alternative policy be developed to protect high value vegetation within the urban footprint. And
so this might be easy, Councillor Gates, if I just do a 5-minute adjournment and
if you like.
Let's do a 5-minute adjournment and let chamber staff be able to keep up. Meeting adjourned, 11:45. Meeting is resumed at 11:52. Councillor Gates, we thank you for wordsmithing up a proposed change recommendation, which is now on the screen. Did you want to quickly explain the changes?
Well, officers have been, Chairman, working very closely with the State Interest Reference Group, who've basically told Council that the in situ provisions that protect our really high value environmental features within the urban footprint are not going to be supported for retention under the existing policy. So officers, we hope, will now draft something new for submission to the State Interest Review that hopefully will get the support of the state government, rather than us going head to head with the state and saying, well, we want to continue to protect our environment to the extent we always have, and having them hold up the delivery of the planning scheme. I think it's better for us to develop a policy that they can accept, and that the officers can liaise with them in the future meetings with the reference group to ensure that we still get the protection we want for matters of environmental significance and our really high quality veg. We've worked long and hard, and as has been said in the report, it's well tested, well tried, well understood, and we believe it should be retained. But in order to comply with what the state is suggesting, this is an alternative that I think gets us to the same place where we can still question retention of high quality veg where we want to.
So you're happy to move that change recommendation?
Happy to move it.
I'm happy to hear the amendment.
Thanks. I appreciate the wording that Councillor Gates has presented to us here. I just think with regard to B, it might be better if we have a stop, that a policy is prepared and presented to us for adoption and then incorporation. So that I'm just seeking that little bit of change. So it would be that the policy be presented to Council for endorsement prior to its inclusion in the draft new planning scheme. That the policy be presented to Council for endorsement prior to its inclusion in
Let me one step at a time here. Councillor Gates, are you happy with where that's taken us?
Yeah, and in fact, Councillor Fowler had suggested that to me also, but I just simply presumed that in endorsing the planning scheme, we'd see the policy. So I hadn't felt that it was necessary to double up, but I'm more than happy to accept that will be the process that occurs.
That's fine. We have appropriate mechanisms coming up to achieve that outcome. Councillor Wilkinson.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess it's through you to the planning team, perhaps, just in relation to that B, where the policy be presented to Council for endorsement. Would that be prior or post the road testing?
We'd probably look to doing it post the road testing, and we'd also seek to get some feedback from the state prior to bringing it back to you as well.
All right. Seconder for Councillor Gates' change recommendation, Councillor O'Neill, thank you. Councillor Gates, you've pretty well done the open already on it, so I'll just check. Is there a speaker against the motion at this time, acknowledging that the final policy will come back to us in the future? In that case, Councillor Gates, you need to close.
No need to close.
Debate is closed. We'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Takes us to item 6.4. Good morning, everybody. Brownie set. Righto, presentation please.
Through the Chair, today I'll be presenting to you a combined material change of use and reconfiguring a lot to establish 280 multiple dwellings, short-term accommodation, food and drink outlet, shop, bar, as well as a volumetric subdivision. As seen on the screen above, the site is an amalgamation of 9 lots, benefiting from 3 road frontages. The site forms part of a block end with frontage to Gold Coast Highway, 6th Avenue and 7th Avenue. The site measures 3,857 square metres. The site is located centrally within the Palm Beach District Centre and is situated on the western side of the Gold Coast Highway. The site is well located in proximity to transport, employment opportunities and community facilities. Officers note that the subject site has a number of approved development applications. Councillors may recall earlier this year, Council approved a development permit for a single tower on the southern portion of the site. Following that approval, the applicant acquired an additional 5 lots directly adjoining the site to the north. Since then, they have obtained a code approval for 2 towers with a maximum height of 39 metres, which is seen above. This slide here provides you with some additional context by overlaying the approved developments across the site. To the top left, you can see the code accessible approval granted in May this year. To the right, this is an overlay of 2 previous approvals with the impact tower on the left and the northern tower on the right. And the proposal today is shown on the bottom. This comparison helps demonstrate how the proposal relates to and differs from the current built form already approved on the site. The proposed development is shown here from the Gold Coast Highway with vantage points from the north and the east. The perspectives show the development's built form broken into 3 key elements: a 3-storey podium, a lower tower form and an upper recessed tower form. Unlike other zones within the centre zone does not have an express limit on total building height and highlights an opportunity for more intense large-scale development. This is further supported by Strategic Outcome 3.45, which states the following: mixed-use centres are compact, pedestrian-orientated and vibrant areas with major concentrations of business, employment, community and residential uses to support the vision of a world-class city. They support the greatest intensity and range of activity. The ground floor plan shows 6 commercial tenancies equating to a total of approximately 1,400 square metres. Each tenancy benefits from food and drink outlet, shop and bar to allow for maximum flexibility. A key feature of this proposal is a pedestrian thoroughfare which runs through the site. This space is designed with high quality materials and landscaping, creating an activated ground floor while also providing a mid-block connection that improves pedestrian connectivity. The development proposes a total of 280 residential dwellings, ranging from 1-bedroom affordable studio-style apartments through to 4-bedroom luxury residences. The lower tower form provides greater housing density and diversity, including more affordable housing options, which are targeted towards first home buyers as well as entry-level purchasers. A unique feature of this development is the 1,700 square metres of communal open space provided on the rooftop. The 2 towers are connected via a sky bridge, which allows residents to enjoy from the many embellishments. These embellishments include gyms, saunas, pools, golf simulators, and work-from-home spaces. This proposal is subject to the uplift provisions within the city plan as it exceeds a code accessible height of 39 metres, with the image above highlighting the extent of development above this height. The proposed development consists of 18 stories and has 61 metres. Within the Palm Beach District Centre, there are 4 sites shown on the screen which officers consider to be of key importance. These 4 sites consist of high-rise developments that are either approved or under construction. It is noted that the 2 on the left-hand side of the screen are currently under construction by Sherpa, who is the applicant for today's proposal. When looking at the proposal and the 2 photo montages above, the development is of a height that achieves a desired function of the centre zone whilst being comparable to the other previously mentioned 4 approvals. The application received a total of 25 properly made submissions and 3 not properly made. It's important to note that a number of submissions were received from 16 7th Avenue, which is an existing high-rise building also within the centre zone. Submissions raised concerns with setbacks, wind tunnelling, access to natural light, shadow impacts, and non-compliance with strategic framework. Officers have noted and considered all submissions within the report. Thank you.
Questions for officers? Councillor Gates.
Can I just ask, through you, Chairman, if the officers had any discussions with the applicant at all about varying the height of those two buildings rather than having them at exactly the same height and like a very big, bulky outcome?
Through the chair, this was raised with the divisional councillor and officers. However, if the applicant had have done this, they wouldn't have had the 2 rooftop communal open spaces connected anymore via that sky bridge. So it was not an outcome that we sought to pursue.
Is the pool on the rooftop?
Correct.
I see. Thank you. What's the little dogleg bit at the bottom that we saw on the one before this, that little dogleg bit? What's that?
Through the chair, that is a result from the previously approved development on the site when it was only 1 tower. So due to the arrangement of the lots, the applicant has proposed a built form that best utilises that site. But there have been some changes made throughout the assessment process to that particular element, if you would like us to talk to that.
So is there clear vision between the 2 towers?
Through the chair, officers have made improvements to that portion. You can see the left was the originally proposed and the right is what's currently proposed. So the applicant has increased that dogleg portion, the setback there, and they've also removed that solid wall which wrapped around the corner and provided a balcony that runs east to west. So that way you can have that visual separation provided through the gaps of the buildings.
Right. Chairman, I'm thinking back to the last time we got an uplift request here, and we were shown a montage of the whole precinct, and at the time I know we queried why there was not going to be any varied skyline outcomes as the strategic framework suggests. And I saw in the report that the applicant was requested to provide a photo montage of the outcome, but we kind of only got individual snapshots of, and you can't see what the impact of the approved and under construction dwellings will actually be in terms of the skyline. Have we got anything that would show us what this will add to that? I do recall the last planning meeting we had concerns that it was just way too bulky and they were all the same height, and it just doesn't achieve the varied skyline that the city plan proposes.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's important to make a distinction that this is not the medium density residential zone, it's a district centre. So yes, there's still a requirement for a varied, ordered, interesting skyline, but part of the response at the last committee where we were touching on this topic was that it's not just about the heights, it's also about the building typologies and the massing. And if you look at these 2 buildings, they're not like one is perpendicular to the other, so you are actually getting variation in the built form, maybe not in terms of height, but there is variation still because of the way that the buildings are orientated to each other. And it's in the centre zone where, you know, it's not the medium density res zone where we have a higher amenity and character expectation. The most intense development forms should happen in our centres.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councillor Martin, we're over to you.
Thanks, Chair. And I did want to acknowledge the work that officers were doing around that separation. But I suppose, coming from the last application, and I think this is the fourth because there is the history there of code and then impact, and then code and then impact. Made it very clear around that dogleg, ensuring that we're meeting the separation of towers. So was the dogleg put to the applicant to remove, given and noting that there was quite a lot of the complaints or the objections were relating to that view corridor and sunlight. Just interested in why that total corner could not be removed to enhance that separation.
Through the chair, we gave the applicant two options. It was either to increase the building separation to provide more of a view corridor between the buildings, or it was to make changes to that dogleg portion. The applicant chose to go with making the changes to the dogleg portion, as that was a more feasible option, and officers were comfortable with the design changes, that sufficient visual separation is provided between the two buildings.
Thank you. And I think a couple of other matters relating to that separation is, I noted in the report, just privacy. Obviously, they're quite close. I think the AO's separation is around 25 metres, and I think this is around 9 or so at the upper. I think some of the renders showed that the screening, the greenery, would sort of obscure, but seeing some of the renders, they're quite low. Just really interested in how that privacy will work with them being so close.
Through the chair, the buildings on the lower portions are separated by 8 metres. This is typical of what we would see in a medium density residential zone, not a centre zone. However, the high-rise accommodation code talks to privacy measures if they are within 10 metres. So following the application process, the applicant has implemented a number of privacy measures. This includes the Fritz screening, which is similar to glazing or opaque glazing, as well as aluminium blading and also planters. So officers were comfortable that with this mix of screening measures, that sufficient privacy would be achieved, consistent with the centre zone parameters as well.
Okay, thank you. And just also noting that, just wanted to confirm, so we've got a couple of dwellings in here that have no private open space, so no balconies, no outdoor living. So I noted in the report it talked about a minor number, but just seeking how that can overcome, the strategic framework, the overall outcomes of that.
Through the chair, the applicant originally proposed, I believe, 12. Through negotiations, that has been reduced to 2 units, which represents less than 1% of the total yield of the development. This is not an outcome that can be easily replicated across the city, that not many developers will be able to achieve. Those units have Juliet balconies, which don't form private open space, but still provide access to natural light and breezes. So in that instance, officers were comfortable because the number was such a small number.
I'll try and move through this, Chair. I know we've got a big agenda. So moving on to, traffic, all of the both towers and the commercial is coming in off 7th Avenue, and just really interested in the modelling there. Mainly coming off the Gold Coast Highway, given there's probably only capacity for, I think, 3 or 4 cars to stack on the Gold Coast Highway turning in. Is the amount of dwellings, I think there's 656 beds, sufficient to all come in off that one avenue?
Through the chair, I'll pass over to our transport officer to answer that one.
Generation is low enough to be is it on?
Yeah.
To be accommodated with one access. We don't have any issues with requiring any more access points for the development.
So it won't interfere, so categorically won't interfere with the Gold Coast Highway coming in or out?
Through the chair, so issues with the Gold Coast Highway would stem from vehicle queuing. The development doesn't include any security gates that would, I suppose, create delays for people driving into the site. And in that regard, yeah, we're not expecting queuing onto the Gold Coast Highway, which is state controlled. The state have reviewed the application and the TIA, and they're comfortable with it.
Okay, thank you. One of the key things we talked about in the last, it's waste related, so I'm not sure if it'll be traffic, but we talked when we were looking at the Southern Tower and the full uplift, we looked at waste and waste being serviced from this, whilst there's MRV capacity off the street, bins were needing to be wheeled out, and I think it was 5 times a week. Just seeking now that they've acquired, you know, the site's doubled or more, has waste now been incorporated off street?
Through the chair, waste will still be serviced on street. So the applicant has proposed it to be serviced both 7th Avenue and 6th Avenue to help reduce the amount of waste servicing. This is an outcome that we did look at with the applicant and getting it accommodated on site. However, this would have come at the detriment of most likely losing that pedestrian thoroughfare and would have had significant design impacts. So on that basis, officers were willing to take a balanced approach and prioritise that pedestrian environment and high quality environment to have the waste servicing on the street.
Okay, thank you. Just seeking, so this one being, it's a highway activated frontage, you know, all of the, which is probably different to what we've seen in other recent applications that have sort of activated the avenues. I guess the concern, I'm just seeking to understand, there's some awnings and there's some outdoor seating all along the Gold Coast Highway, but just seeking to understand that's in a resumption area, so it's not guaranteed. How much of that could go, and what would be the setback if that were to go?
Through the chair, you can see in the red dashed line the road resumption along Gold Coast Highway. So the state government have reviewed the development application and have provided conditions of approval for their referral response for the awnings to be sacrificial. So when they come along, those awnings will go and will not cause any structural damage to the buildings. And then following that resumption line, if they were to take that entire resumption, there will be portions of the building which will be built to boundary. There will also be areas left for landscaping as well as some dining as well, which is consistent with the centre zone and other existing centre zones within the city.
Okay, thank you. I was also keen to, part of the built form and the excellent standard of appearance I read in the report was a lot around the Reckley and rendered concrete finishes, so like the higher standard of finish. I think that's in, yeah, whether you can see it or not, but a textured concrete, which was talking a lot to the feathering of the building and softening. So I'm just, that is relied upon around the excellent standard, but I do recall the same developer in 6th Avenue in our last approval removed the Reckley on the basis that it was a safety hazard and a corrosive environment, and that, you know, I voted against this, but just it feels very contradictory because the last application, I think, you know, 30, 40 metres away, that was removed for safety reasons, but it is a part of this application. So I'm just, if it's part of the excellent standard of appearance, can we guarantee it will happen?
Through the chair, as part of this approval, the materials palette has been conditioned. If the applicant were to come in and change that, that application would be assessed on its merits, and whatever material they would substitute that for, officers would assess it and make sure it maintains that excellent standard of appearance.
Okay, thank you. This one, again, you know, relevant because this developer does have many sites in Palm Beach, particularly in this street. But I have to just touch on, like, part of the conditions that we have of these development approvals is around dewatering. It's been in the media around issues and compliance issues with the 2 other sites. What are the development compliance? Well, what are the conditions attached to dewatering, and how can we ensure that the community and the environment are going to be protected?
Through the chair, I believe it's page 807 and 808 of the agenda, specifically conditions 50 and 52. These conditions talk to a dewatering management plan, which will come in post-DA, subject to detailed design, and it also talks to the quality of water subject to the dewatering. These conditions are in place to manage those impacts, and should the developer not comply with any of those conditions, that would be a matter of compliance.
Can I just ask on that? We've had so we've had 2 instances where we've had to take action. Has the city bonded in this? Like sometimes we bond trees, but just this is the 3rd occasion, and this site is bigger than all of them. I guess I'm just concerned about the last 2 occasions, and bonds are not a guarantee; they're just put in place if a developer fails to deliver on those conditions.
Through the chair, the assessment of this application has to be based on the city plan assessment benchmarks, probably not what's occurred on a development down the street, so we haven't really got any ability to bond those works for this application. We've got a couple of conditions in place that will manage those aspects, and if they're not meeting those, our development compliance officers can get involved. As you mentioned, they have around the corner.
Okay, thank you. And really just, so density, we've talked about that and understanding it is a centre zone, albeit a district centre. So just confirming, so the overlay, am I right in saying it's 154 beds, but what's proposed is 656?
Through the chair, the density overlay is 1 bed per 25 square metres, and the proposed density is 1 per 5.87 off the top of my head. I don't know it in the ratio that you're saying. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
Yeah, 1.5. I was in the report. It did have 8 in one location and 5. So just seeking to clarify, it is the 5. But and so that's a lot. These over 4 times. Is that consistent? It seems quite intense.
Through the chair, this is consistent with a lot of uplift applications. As the development goes up in height, the bedrooms increase. However, our officers have assessed the relevant infrastructure and the capacity. There's sufficient capacity within the network, and this is also in good location to proximity to public transport as well as community facilities, being in that centre zone. So on that basis, officers are comfortable that this density can be accommodated.
Okay. Probably last question, Chair. Car parking, and I know that they have achieved overall compliance, although I think there's one short on commercial, but overall for the development, just really seeking though, and a community have raised this concern around perhaps whilst the overall development meets the number of car parks, it gets attributed to the higher value properties, and there's dwellings sold with 0 car parks, which could, really burden the community. Has each dwelling got at least a car park? Like if it's a 1-bedroom, does it have a car park? Is there a way to ensure that each dwelling sold has at least 1 car park?
Through the chair, the Transport Code does not require the conditioning of 1 car park per dwelling, so officers have not conditioned that. The overall site can accommodate sufficient car parking in accordance with the Transport Code, which is what has been reflected in the conditions of approval.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Anybody else have any questions for officers?
Just generally, has the issue of wind tunnelling between these 2 buildings been evaluated by the applicant, please?
Through the chair, a wind tunnelling report has been conditioned as part of this approval. As part of the detailed design, a further report will need to be submitted to council, and should there be any wind tunnelling, mitigation measures will be implemented.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Any other questions from councillors? In that case, we'll bring a recommendation up onto the screen. I am happy to move the recommendation and seek a seconder. Councillor Wilkinson, thank you. I'll keep opening very, very short. Can I first of all acknowledge, I think, the important points that Councillor Martin raised today in regards to concerns both he and the community have raised on dewatering and other sites in Palm Beach. I think it was important for that to be called out in public today. I appreciate the officer response that this development application is separate to something else under construction that is really an enforcement matter for development compliance, but I think it was appropriate for Councillor Martin to put that out on the public position today. Beyond that, I do accept the officer advice that the two things are different and that we are here today to make a decision based on the assessment and final recommendation of officers on this development location at this site. This is a big site. The original site that this developer had in this section was already a big development, and then they have been successful in securing more land next to it. What it creates, which is a really interesting outcome and one I'm really positive about, is the fact that you now have one developer with the control of the entire frontage from one corner of a block to the other corner of a block. And I'm always a big believer that when you've got that kind of opportunity to see one seamless development on an entire frontage, that the overall outcome that will be left with the community will be much better. The centre zone land of Palm Beach has seen a lot of interest recently. We've seen quite a few approvals, some from this developer, some from others on other key sites. I think it's fair to say that over the next few years, assuming they all go to construction, that the city centre land in Palm Beach is going to look very different. I'm quite excited by that because I think the quality of some of the proposals being put forward is exceptional. I reread again last night for the second or third time the information requests on this application, and what was very clear to me is that officers, while acknowledging the previous approval, really have put this new application through that assessment again. So I appreciate that from officers. There is clearly been a lot of negotiation between officers and the applicant to make changes, which I referenced throughout the information request and some of the changes made. All in balance, I believe this development application at this location should be supported by committee here today. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair, and I'd also foreshadow the refusal, which I've provided to Chamber support. But obviously, this application follows quite a few other applications, and I didn't support the southern tower, but the southern tower has over 50% of the uplift. But I think what I'm disappointed in this is such a large site. I think it had so much potential to really soften the community impacts. Now, I acknowledge it's in the centre zone, but it's a district centre, and albeit it doesn't meet all the criteria of a district centre, it's probably marginally into district or potentially neighbourhood. But I guess over such a large site, we still have this fundamental issue of the two towers with the dogleg arrangement that has had some improvements, but has not, a lot of the complaints we've got from west of the highway are those residents that are losing those view corridors and those sunlight corridors. The fact that couldn't be taken out, could have much more closer to supporting had they addressed that. And I made that clear at the last application. I made it clear in the lead up to this application. So I'm disappointed it's not removed. And with such a large site, we've still got waste being serviced off site. And I know, there is some public realm, albeit I don't think it's as big a public realm as I would have liked to see over such a large site. It's not only just to come at a cost of that, it could come at the cost of perhaps some dwelling yield for such a large site. I think, it's the setbacks. We've got 3 stories of podium. We've got 0 setbacks on the north and the south side. And yes, we've got 3 metres on the east side, but that is subject to a resumption from TMR. So it's likely that we'll end up, if that all went, it's a 0 setback there as well. So we're asking for both towers, full uplift, 0 setbacks, very intense density outcome, waste still servicing off-site. The dogleg not completely removed. And I think a real fundamental issue for me is we've got two apartments that have no open space, which is categorically in conflict with our city plan, the AO, the PO, the strategic framework. You've got to give people private open space, and I just can't get on board with it's only 2 because that could be merged as 1 and we could deliver that. The developer has written to us and said, well, these will be low cost, but I think low cost apartments shouldn't come at the cost of, we shouldn't say, you got to stay inside the glass box. You should still be entitled to private open space as we have in the city plan. I think I'm concerned about the Reckley treatment given the previous application, we approved it just like this, and then it came back for a change, and that was removed. I'm concerned about the car parking arrangement not being tied to individual dwellings, because I think a lot of the lower costs are going to be sold without car parks, and I think that's going to burden the street. I think there's that genuine community concern about the size, scale, and intensity of this, and I think the number of applications or objections we've had is probably lessened given the amount of applications and changes that we have, and clearly that's a lawful tactic of the Planning Act. And I probably, we did touch on the interface to the, I don't think it's a well-managed interface. We talked about the immediately adjoining neighbours being, 2-storey, but a lot of the objections came from the tower on the other side that were relying on those view corridors, that sunlight, and I think that has been dispelled or dismissed because they're 50 metres away, but I don't think it provides the separation or the slender built form that is intended by the outcome. So I think they've got a massive site. It could have made them more slender, and I think there's some fundamental flaws in the development, and that's tied to yield. I think it's pushing it too intense for the site, so I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Speaker for the motion. That case, I will close debate. Again, by acknowledging Councillor Martin's points raised both through questions and through debate. I have a fundamental disagreement with him on this not being the right location for this kind of density. I think officers have made it very clear that this is where the city plan makes it very clear this kind of density and intensity of development is proposed to occur. And while it is a very big site, that is an anticipated outcome in that zoned land is 0 metre setbacks, is to see dining options right to the street edge. So for me, it is an appropriate outcome that reflects the intent of the planning scheme for this zone land. I acknowledge the residents in the tower 50 metres away, but again, that tower is in an area where there would have been a reasonable expectation that through redevelopment of the land in front of them in the future, that access to views and to shade at different parts of the day was going to be an outcome. That will worsen as redevelopment between these two sites happens to them, including when the site right next door to them is redeveloped sometime in the future. It'll probably lessen those things again for them. That's where that construction went in, so I don't accept that argument as much. I agree with Councillor Martin's concerns around car parking and understand where he comes from with that, and I think there is an opportunity in considering the new planning scheme and the transport codes to understand if that is one of the provisions that should be adjusted. However, I accept the advice of officers that under this current scheme, there is no legal way to tie one car per dwelling at this time, but happy in the new scheme to consider that. What I am really appreciative of is this one was the discussion around the varied skyline and the response from officers that all of the amenity is on the rooftop of these two buildings, that we see a sky bridge connecting the two together. So I understand why there was an ability for one tower to be slightly smaller than the other one. I personally think given the height of this tower and the view lines that you'll have from that rooftop, that will be some fairly exceptional amenity outcome for those residents, huge spaces with exceptional views. Again, councillors, on balance, all things considered, I believe this is the appropriate outcome in the appropriate location and would encourage committee members to support it. Debate is closed. Division, Councillor Martin. Division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill. Against, Councillor Martin. Thank you very much, officers. Councillors, in discussion with Councillor Martin, we have, upon his request, and I'm happy to support it, we're going to defer item 6.5 to the next round of the Planning Regulation Committee. So if we can have the procedural motion to that effect, please. The petition, yes. Yeah, Councillor Martin is quite happy to let that go one more round and to continue discussions in between. Rachel, I do apologise if we've just kept you here all morning waiting for that. Oh, she's angry with me now. she's cranky with me now. Yeah. Councillor Martin would really prefer to have another round to continue discussions with the petitioner, which then takes us to item 6.6. Oh, sorry, procedural motion. I'm happy to move that. All right, all those in favour of the procedural motion? Against? Motion carried. That takes us to item 6.6. Monique, good morning to you. Good afternoon to you. We'll hook straight into the presentation if we can, please.
Good morning, thank you. Through the Chair, this is an application for a development permit for a material change of use to establish multiple dwellings consisting of 51 dwellings at 234 to 236 Jefferson Lane and 1221 Gold Coast Highway, Palm Beach. The application is impact accessible. The site is comprised of these 3 allotments located on the western side of Jefferson Lane with frontage to both Jefferson Lane and the Gold Coast Highway. Each allotment is currently improved by low-rise dwelling houses. The image on the left here highlights the site in the wider context of Palm Beach, and the photos are taken from the surrounding area. The photos show the existing mix of residential built form in the immediate area, including the low-rise dwellings, mid-rise and high-rise apartment buildings. The character of the immediate area is influenced by a number of newly constructed or currently under construction mid-rise and high-rise towers, as demonstrated here. It is evident that there are numerous examples of approved medium and high-rise buildings that contribute to local identity and sense of place. The site is located in the medium-density residential zone and is afforded a code-accessible building height of 29 metres by the Building Height Overlay Map. The development triggers impact assessment as a result of the development exceeding the code-accessible building height. The proposal seeks to establish multiple dwelling development consisting of a mix of 2, 3 and 4 bedroom dwellings within a 43.5 metre high tower form. The ground floor incorporates vehicle access from Jefferson Lane as well as visitor parking. Pedestrian access and landscaping are provided to both Jefferson Lane and the Gold Coast Highway. The key consideration in the assessment of the application is building height, and an assessment has been undertaken against the requirements of Section 33219 of the Strategic Framework, and the development is found to comply. Officers consider that the development delivers an excellent standard of appearance. The tower's visual interest is demonstrated through its articulated built form and varied materiality across all facades, complemented by both ground level and integrated vertical landscaping. The design incorporates distinctive arched screening elements with vertical battens, open corner balconies, curved building edges, recessed forms, and a refined slab edge detailing. These elements contribute to layered depth and a rich facade treatment, reinforcing the overall visual quality of the building. The applicant provides these photo montages, demonstrating the development within the context of the area. This figure shows the development from the corner of 13th Avenue and Gold Coast Highway, looking north. Here we see the diverse urban environment that includes low, mid and high-rise buildings. And this figure shows the development from the corner of 15th Avenue and Gold Coast Highway, looking south. This figure demonstrates the proposed design reflects the Palm Beach identity and sense of place. The building design incorporates a tower to base form, building setbacks, and recessed upper levels to reduce perceived bulk. The features help the building integrate with its surroundings while supporting the suburb's transition toward a higher density coastal neighbourhood and evolving low to medium and high-rise character. This figure shows the development from the corner of 13th Avenue and Jefferson Lane facing north. And this figure shows the development from the corner of 15th Avenue and Jefferson Lane looking south. During the assessment of the application, the applicant amended the drawings to refine the architectural appearance, the landscape outcomes, and improve privacy. This slide shows a side-by-side comparison of the drawings that were initially lodged on the left compared to the amended drawings on the right. Additional landscaping has been provided within the tower as well as a wider planter at the Gold Coast Highway entrance. The amended drawings improve material quality and detailing with the provision of raked render finishes, rounded slab edges, and deeper screening elements. Screening was extended on the north and southern elevations, with balcony layouts reorientated eastward to enhance privacy and reduce overlooking. Officers consider the proposed development will deliver an excellent standard of appearance through a built form that demonstrates high-quality architectural design, complemented by thoughtfully integrated landscaping. The development attracted 23 properly made objections and 7 properly made submissions in support. The matters raised by the submitters are listed here. The primary issues identified relate to non-compliance with the strategic framework's building height uplift test and impacts on amenity. These matters are considered in the assessment of the application and examined in detail in the officer's report, which concludes that the development addresses the matters and demonstrates compliance with the strategic framework. Here is a copy of the submission map from the officer's report showing the location of the submitters. It is considered that the development on its merits satisfies the criteria specified in the strategic framework and that therefore the development is recommended for approval subject to conditions.
Thank you. Questions for officers? Councillor Fowler.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I just wanted to ask around the Jefferson Lane frontage and see if Council has any future vision around the pedestrian and cycle infrastructure that may be required down that street, and is there sufficient space being protected?
Through the Chair, it is a requirement of the conditions of approval that an area 1.5 metres wide to Jefferson Lane remain unimpeded by structures or buildings, with the view that it will be resumed in the future in accordance with the code.
Through you, Chair. So that land will remain in ownership from the landowner, and then it's the city's expectation that they would resume that. Would we not ask the developer to do the footpath infrastructure that's required as part of the development?
Through the Chair, that's not a requirement of the conditions of approval, no.
Roger.
Could I ask why?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there needs to be a coordinated footpath approach. Jefferson Lane, there's trees, there's not uniformity in relation to the existing curb. So when the city does go in and hopefully puts a footpath, it can all be done at once and coordinated. It's actually considered dangerous or inappropriate to get the developer to put it in now, because it might impact about in terms of the actual long-term strategy. So we take the land, it's there, and then when the city's ready to put a footpath in, we've got the ability to do so.
Any follow-up, Councillor Fowler? Councillor Martin?
I'll just follow on from that point. So is it that the land ownership is transferred now, so the developer is not, because seeking what occurs typically is yes, there's a setback, but maybe there's still, it's not impacting the landowner's rights totally, in that they can still do their basement underneath. So it's a sort of a horizontal column of dirt. Can I ask, we've got the overlay in place. Why don't we, as part of the approval, have that land given back to the city?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is an application. It's a planning application. We don't have the head of power to acquire the land. We have a road widening overlay, and there is a requirement for that land is set aside for future resumption. That's all it does. This MCU, hopefully approval, does not give us a head of power to take the land. It's purely to ensure that it's earmarked. We've conditioned it that there's no permanent structures in the way of taking that resumption at a later date. But in relation to our jurisdiction, this is as good as we can do at this stage.
And Roger, just to confirm that would be consistent with the conditions of approval on other sites similar to this along Jefferson?
Through you, Mr. Chair, correct.
Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. I'm still struggling with the footpath question from Councillor Fowler, because in developing the northern sector of the city, and Uwalpa Road, Councillor Hamill, is a very good example where footpaths and road widenings have occurred at the time and been conditioned upon the developer where that land exists. So why can't it be conditioned upon the developer here where we know that we're going to need to provide a footpath, and why should it be at the ratepayer's expense when the impacts are from this building?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have photos, but if you look at if you actually go down Jefferson Lane, there's power poles in the middle of a small verge. There's varying topography. We want to ensure that when we're putting in a footpath that it's done all at once and it can be done at once. Doing it in segments is problematic because it might impact upon the actual ultimate footpath configuration.
So who's going to be responsible for undergrounding the power? And why isn't that a condition?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we don't have a head of power to require undergrounding. The examples where we have conditioned some form of undergrounding is when the applicant has actually offered it up as part of their development application proposal. As officers, we cannot recommend the undergrounding of power because we actually don't have a specific assessment benchmark to do so.
Thanks, Rog.
Councillor Martin, questions from you?
Yeah, I think, and firstly, I'd acknowledge thank you for the changes since the notification period. Like, you know, obviously this is a code and again an impact, but there has been some meaningful changes which are appreciated in the built form, especially the additional trees on the Gold Coast Highway corridor. Yeah, I think. Do you have a aerial of the 3 existing sites? It's in the report, but I wonder if you can put it on screen. Yeah, that one. So can I just confirm, so to the west fronting the Gold Coast Highway, so the existing 3 dwellings, 3 lots, all driveways are on the Gold Coast Highway?
Through the chair, they're to both the Gold Coast Highway and Jefferson Lane. Yep. So you can actually see it in the photos provided in the site assessment within the report.
Yeah, it looks to me like there's 3 garages on the Gold Coast Highway. Yeah, and car park. So it is a condition, correct me if I'm wrong, is a condition of SARA that all of that driveway now will go onto Jefferson Lane?
Through the chair, yes.
Yeah. So I was looking at the traffic modelling on page 1134, but the applicant provided a traffic impact assessment by a consultant, and it talked about that it estimates trip generation of 16 trips in the AM peak hour. So 1 additional trip to every 3 to 4 minutes. And 10 trips in the PM peak hour. So what I'm trying to understand is it seems very low of the additional 16 trips. We've got 3 dwellings here that cars and vehicles and the main access is on the Gold Coast Highway. What we're required to do is flip that onto Jefferson Lane that has no footpath and one way. And I think there's 54 dwelling. Correct me if I'm wrong, how many dwellings?
51.
51 dwellings. 17 trips of people kind of going to work in the morning in the peak hour seems very low. Is it modelling but done on these are retirees or they're vacant? Or because if you've got 54 homes, there's only 16 trips to work in the morning in the peak hour on Jefferson Lane? It's probably a traffic expert question. It's for the peak hour, AM peak hour, which is, you go to work in that hour slot. Only 16 cars of the 51 dwellings, excuse me, which is probably, 100 odd cars.
While I'm loving the traffic argument, is there an officer who can provide the appropriate response on traffic today?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll put on my traffic officer hat.
Please.
Look, that is peak hour. So what it's recognising that people don't all leave at once. And a prime example is a childcare centre where we often think that we're not getting car parking rates right, but parents drop off their kids at all sorts of different times and there's never ever a problem. It's the same with peak hour. Not everyone leaves for work at the same time. So it's recognising that about 25% of people will leave for work all within that peak hour. Some will leave earlier, some will leave later. That's data that suggests that it's about 25% will leave it at that peak hour.
Okay. Would it be, noting we're talking about additional cars then going onto Jefferson Lane, and I think you could assume that, that it has the potential for all of these redevelopments that TMR is turning everything away from the Gold Coast Highway onto Jefferson Lane, which perhaps may not have been designed for that, given it's the lack of active travel infrastructure and the width of the street. What would be the appropriate mechanism for, in my view, it's getting quite urgent, and I think it could impact our ability for future development. The appropriate mechanism to start looking at this, because I take your point you said around, hey, we don't want to increase the risk of one side having a footpath because it's not continuous. However, I think we've said that many, many times, and we'd be a long way on our journey. So, would it be the most appropriate to look at some sort of study through the planning and reg or through transport and infrastructure? Because I fear that there's a greater risk of doing nothing, given so much of this focus, pedestrian cars, are now being pushed onto Jefferson Lane.
Is that directed at me? Or?
Yeah, probably, Chair. So, yes.
My read would be if it involves the ultimate delivery on the footpath or the preparedness for the internal referral to provide conditions to condition a footpath, that probably a GBI through TIC requesting some kind of report to open up that conversation. Acknowledging Roger's point on the head of power, so the head of power is fairly limited on assessment conditions, especially because it's a dual frontage site. So, there will be footpath upgrades required on the Gold Coast Highway side that would have been seen as reasonably relevant. I think a GBI through TIC to open up that conversation, one, to get some clarity for all councillors of how far in the future before this ultimate footpath could occur, and is there a hybrid or an interim solution to be delivered over the time frame in between. I would definitely be interested in understanding that. I'll even second it for you at TIC.
Fantastic. I'll put you down.
Done. No further questions?
Just one. Well, potentially two. This the site that you're showing on screen. I think the southern. Just interested in the southern development. Is that the single lot that is to the south? It's quite difficult to see in the photo montages because you don't get to see the whole neighbouring development.
Through the chair, yes. So you can kind of see it here where that site is highlighted in yellow to the south. The applicant has also provided the interface details to that development, which gives some indication of the size of that lot, but it is quite small, in comparison to the subject site.
In relation to that development, because obviously I'm always sort of wondering if change application is coming for an impact uplift, but it's a very narrow site. Is that southern site constrained to that height that's approved because of the width of the development?
Through the chair, it's currently approved for a 29-metre high apartment building, and it's up to the applicant whether they lodge a change or the like, but there's nothing in the system at the moment. Currently there are, constrained to the 29 metres.
Thank you.
Any other questions for officers? In that case, we will move to the recommendation on the screen. Anyone wishing to move the item? In that case, I'm happy to. Councillor Curtis is happy to second. Again, I'll keep the opening brief. I quite like this application. One, as always, my support for when there's an amalgamation of sites, that I would prefer to see 3 sites amalgamated and there'd be one tower that can have more room for setbacks in landscaping versus the southern example, where on the same width site at 32 metres, you could have had 3 individual towers on this amalgamation at 29 metres each or taller. So I definitely think it is a superior outcome to have seen the amalgamation and have one tower. I am really interested in the design on this tower. It's nice to see something a bit different. The finishes and the facades and the use of the arches and the different treatments, the use of the landscaping boxes and how they've carried around. I think it's something different, which just as importantly, as we've spoken about a varied skyline today, I think seeing some differential between built form and what they look like is also important, and that this will be something different to what we're seeing through that stretch of the things we've approved recently. I really like the recess on the top of the building. I think if you can't have a varied skyline through height and metres, seeing recessing and different treatments at the top of buildings is the other way to achieve that, so that even if the ultimate height is the same, at least they don't look all the same box at the top, and this one achieves that with some really interesting recessing articulation. I again read last night the submissions on this one and acknowledge those community members who made submissions. However, I have to admit, did struggle to understand the impacts that they were referring to, that in terms of things like shadow, that even at the code height, there's a shadow impact on this. That when I think to the option that if it was 3 separate towers on 3 separate blocks, would have meant 3 different driveways, and I think an inferior outcome, that I actually think it's a better outcome through this. Acknowledge the comments from submitters around the strategic framework, however, do disagree with them, that when I read through the officer assessment of the uplift criteria, that I think this building well and truly hits it. Because the biggest site, it's got the setbacks, it's got the car parking requirements easily that fit in. It's generous in its open private space and open communal space as well. For all of these reasons, I would encourage committee members to support this development application here today. Speaker against the motion, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. And I'll just share my comments around the reasons why I'll be not supporting the approval. And I would acknowledge and I agree with you around the architectural and the changes around the greenery, the treatments in terms of some of the dwellings that we've had or the applications we've had for uplift. I do think this one's at the higher end of architectural merit. I think my fundamental issues here are the uplift criteria east of the highway. We're in an area that was previously resolved by council around amendments 2 and 3, and I think what an uplift does on the eastern side of the highway in a constrained environment on Jefferson Lane is the increase of volume of traffic on that compromised laneway, and the safety elements that are still not being, in my view, properly addressed. And I think we're absolutely keen to expedite that through TIC. So I acknowledge that there is not the head of power for us to enforce it, but I think a lot of these things developers could voluntarily do as part of the application. I think some developers have. So my concern, my fundamental issue is the uplift provision itself on the eastern side of the highway in Palm Beach, given there's no foreshore, there's a lot of shadowing, the access to the beach. Sitting, I don't think it sits as well as in harmony with the existing sites. I take your point, Chair, around amalgamation of sites is a good thing, but it can be if a lot of them are. But when we also have small sites, single narrow sites, sometimes I feel it feels out of character to have large amalgamation next to smaller, narrower sites, which actually have more, light and view corridors through them. So they're the sort of key reasons why I'll be not supporting.
Speaker for the motion. In that case, closed debate. There was just a couple other matters that submitters raised around infrastructure supply. I think it was just important to acknowledge that there is an infrastructure capacity assessment that goes with these applications. Our internal networks have confirmed that there is appropriate supply in the infrastructure networks to service this development. I really do acknowledge Councillor Martin's concerns and the community's concerns around, I think, the cumulative impacts on Jefferson Lane that they're raising. which isn't about Jefferson Lane right in front of this building. It's about the intersection up the road. How long may you be queuing there for? Cumulative impacts of those intersections are part of the traffic modelling that occurs for these applications, but possibly, Councillor Martin, we could look to use the TIC GBI to investigate that as well, and to be able to provide some transparency to the community of what those cumulative impacts on those associated intersections look like. And I'm very interested in the footpath outcome, because I do agree with you that a lot of developers, if told what height the footpath needs to be done to and where to put it, would be happy to do it. I do acknowledge but Roger's comments that this is a very fragmented section, and being even about to tell a developer what height to build that footpath out would be difficult at the moment when you've got things of different heights. But again, I think the TIC GBI can call it out. Overall, again, believe this is one of the stronger development outcomes that I've seen in Palm Beach in the zone. I believe it's met the uplift criteria, in fact exceeded some of the criteria around the architecture and the built form and the street edge, and believe it should be supported here today. Debate is closed. Division is called. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Curtis, Councillor Gates, Councillor Wilkinson, Councillor O'Neill. Against? Councillor Martin. Councillors, that is item 6.6 dealt with. I will take the lead from councillors here. We can either try and push through 6.7, which is a dual lock application, or we can discuss deferring it to full council instead, acknowledging some of you have got GAF commitments in the not too distant future. So happy to. Right. Is there anyone else that is in urgent need to go? Let's have a crack then, hey? Councillor Martin, you happy if we push on?
Yep.
Right. Councillors, we will deal with item 6.7, the dual occupancy at 148 Townsend Avenue, Palm Beach.
Good afternoon, Chair and Councillors. I'll try and be quick with this one today.
They've all promised.
Through you, the item we're discussing today is a dual occupancy at 148 Townsend Avenue, Palm Beach. The site is a 541 square metre site at the intersection of Townsend Avenue and Tingura Street in the low density residential zone. It benefits from dual frontage, which is an important planning consideration for the assessment of this application. The proposal presents as two detached 4-bedroom dwellings, each with a partial third story, that do not exceed the city's 9-metre low-rise building height provisions. Each dwelling is orientated to a separate street frontage with a individual crossover, private open space and swimming pools. By orientating the two dwellings to separate street frontages, this development appears as two single dwelling houses rather than one large house on the site. The site's located in the low-density residential zone, where the city plan specifically encourages dual occupancy developments on lots with dual frontage. So from a land use perspective, a dual occupancy on a dual frontage lot in the low-density residential zone is accepted subject to requirements. That is the lowest level of assessment that the city plan can afford a land use without requiring that application not to be submitted at all. So it's a pretty strong message that the city plan is issuing that we are encouraging these types of land uses on these corner sites. For this particular site, because we don't meet the density provisions of one dwelling per 400 square metres, the application is triggered to impact assessment. So the primary matter to discuss today is the residential density of the development. We're proposing a density today of one dwelling per 270.5 square metres. So Officer's assessment considered whether or not this outcome achieves the broader strategic and overall outcomes of the city plan, and Officers consider that it does. If we talk about the low density residential zone, there's a provision in there, I might go back to the character analysis actually, that talks to the gentle scattering and gentle scattering effect and low concentrations of dual occupancy land uses. And as you can see on this slide here, there are 4 other examples within the local area of dual occupancy. So I think from looking at that slide, it's clear that we're still maintaining that gentle scattering effect. With regard to the development intensity of the site, we manage intensity. We're not at the 800 square metres, as I mentioned earlier, that would make this an accepted development outcome, but we can manage the intensity through other ways. And the key ways that we manage the intensity on this development application is setbacks, site cover, building separation, and building height. So you can see on page 1356, or almost on this slide that we're looking at right now, that we've got pretty reasonable setbacks to our side boundaries. We've got setbacks to the frontages that are appropriate. We've got a site cover for this development application that is 51%, which is about 5.5 metres above the AO. We've got a building height that is capped at 9 metres. It meets our low rise building height provisions. And further, that upper level is a recessed partial 3rd story, which further reduces that scale. And we've got good separation between the 2 buildings that maintain that dwelling house character that is consistent with the character of the wider area. That's particularly relevant when you need to consider that someone could build a single dwelling house on this site with a similar site cover with a partial 3rd story that was not more or met 9 metres in height through a code accessible development application. So in some respects, you could argue this could be a slightly improved outcome because you're getting 2 smaller detached forms that's maintaining a better scale and amenity scale relative to those surrounding dwellings. This application did go through the public notification process, and in response to that notification, we received 7 properly made submissions. You can see on the slide here where those submissions came from. And included in one of those submissions was a petition containing 96 signatures. You can see on the screen here the matters that were raised by those submitters and the concerns they had, but primarily it was in relation to density, building height, overdevelopment, and the development appearing out of scale with the surrounding low-rise forms. In response to the submissions, officers did seek to make some changes, so we've got an amended plans condition for you today, which sought to improve some privacy outcomes to the adjoining residents with some screening to an above ground level balcony and some opaque glazing to a living area at level 1 that overlooked the adjoining site. But outside of those changes, there was nothing else that officers considered required amendment. So in conclusion today, councillors, officers consider this to be an appropriate development outcome. It's located on a corner site where dual occupancies are contemplated or expected in the zone. It maintains a low-rise building height because it meets that 9-metre provision. It's got a site cover that's 51%, separation between the buildings, and it represents a quality outcome that officers think presents well to the street and balances built form and landscaping. So it's our recommendation that it be approved subject to conditions.
Thank you, Brownie. Questions for officers? Councillor Martin.
Thanks, Chair. On the map you had around other duplexes, and thank you for that.
Do you mean dual-locks?
What's that, sorry?
I said duplexes, you mean dual-locks?
Dual-lock,
yeah.
Thank you. So they're not all corner blocks. You've got a couple there around non-corner blocks. Are they typically, so I'm just interested in whether that is to be expected of non-corner blocks, dual occupancy in the low density residential zone?
Through the chair, unless you have an RD1 density designation over your site in the low density residential zone, and I don't think those ones that we've identified there have that, you're really restricted to corner sites within this area. So there may be older approvals that may have got through at some other time prior to this planning scheme, but there's a clear intent under the current scheme.
Can we try and seek clarity before full council, Adam, of how old those approvals are? Because I think they are historical from memory.
Yeah, that would be good for the community there was concern with this around the expectation if there's some historical approvals, whether that's expected, like understanding corner lot, but non-corner lot, if that, what you mentioned. So that would be great.
We could certainly do that. I think the RD1 designation stops a bit further to the south.
Yeah.
Because I know we have just recently approved another dual occupancy that's not on a corner at 202 Townsend Avenue, because it had that RD1 residential density designation. So it's not far from the site, but it stops a bit closer to the centre zone.
Yep. The key matter of the petition, highly mobilised in the community and had significant concerns, and part of the petition, councillors, was that this be heard at planning committee, and so I was inclined to grant them that request for full transparency, given there was a couple of key fundamental principles, and Brownie, you've touched on them, but just for absolute clarity, is that in the low density residential zone in this area of Palm Beach, we wouldn't see dual locks, confirming that is anticipated in the corner lots, as you touched on.
Through the chair, that's correct, and I would say probably encouraged on corner lots. It's making the level of assessment the lowest it can. If you've got 800 square metres, that's a pretty clear message to me that the city plan wants to see dual occupancies on corner lots in the low density residential zone.
Yeah, thank you. And then the other element was quite a lot of the petitioners were of the view that this area is a two-storey only, being low density, and it wouldn't be three-storey.
The area is a two-storey, 9-metre area for the low-density residential zone, but that does contain within it provisions to allow a partial third storey up to 9 metres, as they have in this instance, through a code-accessible development application. So provided you're maintaining compliance with that 9-metre height and your third storey does not exceed 50% of the size of your second level, that's a code outcome that any block, not a corner block, any block in the low density residential zone could achieve.
Yeah, and so the neighbour to the west, which I have seen that their arrangement, which has a patio onto a pool that is right up against the boundary, so they don't have the ability to have trees for sort of screening. I mean, I guess a key concern of their submission or objection was that unreasonable privacy, because being the third storey might be able to look into their property. But hearing you talk about that if it was a single dwelling, it could be a third storey. I wonder if you could elaborate on that for privacy, thinking that they would just have a house next door.
Through the chair, I haven't got a slide of that interface with me, but it is in the officer's report. But there's only 2 windows on the western interface of this development that orientate towards that neighbour. Through our amended plans condition, we've got one of those to be treated with opaque glass, and there's a balcony that sits above the carport, and we've conditioned some additional screening on the side of that balcony to maintain some more privacy for the neighbour. So they're getting a reasonable outcome.
Yep. I don't know any further.
Through the chair, page 1359, if you're interested in the image there of that elevation. Thanks, Alicia.
Yeah, and so they will be now treated, so they're obscured, and the additional battening on the outdoor entertaining.
Correct.
Thank you.
Chamber acknowledges Alton Twine in the room. Why do you look so stressed, Alton? What's wrong? Any further questions for officers, councillors? Okay, so we can have the recommendation on the screen, please. Seeking a mover for the item, Councillor Curtis, seconder. Councillor Gates, Councillor Curtis to open debate.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to acknowledge the divisional councillors' desire to have this brought to council, because I do understand that as we start to see general growth within our established urban areas, particularly those low-rise areas, it's really important that we bring our community on that journey and have them understand, where we anticipate seeing that growth, and that, an approval on a corner lot does not open a floodgates within those areas. I'm particularly happy to support this one here today. It's a low-rise outcome, which is consistent with the area. It's a very modest site cover of only 51%, great separation inspiration, and I have to say it's architecturally absolutely gorgeous, and would welcome some of these outcomes on the corner lots in Division 4 if the applicant's willing. No, it's a beautiful outcome, and we don't always get to see something like that on those corner lot solutions. So very happy to support it today and encourage my colleagues to do the same. Speaker against the motion. I'm happy to allow you to contribute. You just want to speak in general?
Yeah. Well, I will speak in support, Chair, if you'd allow me.
That's fine.
And I know it's been a long meeting, and I just want to thank everyone for staying for this, and also officers for doing this. And to Councillor Curtis's point, the reason I did is, the petition and a lot of local residents who have been there for a long time. This is about change in their low-rise neighbourhood. A lot of Palm Beach's attention is high-rises and seeing more of these dual locks. Their key concern is that it wouldn't have a fair and thorough hearing around delegation. And what I wanted to do is show that whether it comes to council or delegation is still properly and thoroughly reviewed. So I want to thank officers for also preparing this report, because I agree. I think we are going to see more of these because the city planning expects it. And I just wanted to make sure, show them around the benchmarks that are used and the reasonable expectations if this occurs in the future. I acknowledge the change for those residents that is different, but also I think for the main impact I could see was the neighbour to the west. So I do want to thank that the setbacks are pretty good, all things considered, but to have that opaqueness, add the additional screening, which is possibly not required or probably not required, but to do that to protect their amenity, I just want to thank you for that. So that's what I'll be supporting, and thanks, councillors, for your indulgence.
Excellent contribution, Councillor Martin. Anyone else wishing to speak for or against? If I could just very quickly, Councillor Curtis, before you close, just wanted to point out that I think it's an excellent example of when we don't get caught up in block size and square metres and instead focus on design outcomes of what the industry can show. That this is 270 square metres roughly per title, and what you've got is two very high quality dwellings with appropriate setbacks, double carports, double driveway, amenity space in between. That it just really does demonstrate that getting caught up in lot size per square metre is not the solution. It's focusing on the design outcomes, and that if we put the right rules in place, this is the kind of outcomes that we can get. That's all I've got. That's all I have to say on that matter. Councillor Curtis to close. Councillor Curtis is happy to end debate before Councillor Gates gets into it. So that is debate ended. Councillor Martin, do you wish for a division on this one? In that case, we'll take the vote. All those in favour? Against? The motion is carried. Councillors, I am not aware of any general business items for this committee, so I will close the meeting at 13:15.